race fans, and welcome to Austria. Here we are again on a Salzburgring, a beautiful racetrack hidden in a narrow alpine valley. And here we are again on the starting grid, just ahead of the second race of the weekend of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship. I am here on the starting grid, as I said, and again we do have 16 cars on the grid ready for the second race. Yesterday it was a moment of great joy for the Czech driver Max Karhan from Jensen Motorsport, who won the race from P2 on the grid, which means today Max Karhan is the guy on a pole position. Again, we do have top 4 positions on the starting grid occupied by Jensen Motorsport cars. It is Max Karhan starting from the pole position. Alongside him in the front row, it is the championship leader from Argentina, Gino Trappa. And here we have one of the best newcomers this year, this year's rookie in the championship, Andreas Lobue from Switzerland. Of course, also the proud father on the starting grid, Enzo Lobue. Hello, Enzo. How are you, and how do you feel before the second race?
This race will be different because it will be not with the rookie, but with the best driver of the championship. So he has to fight more and right.
Yesterday it was a good race for your son, P5. So what's the goal today?
Today, because this weekend is not in the rookie, because the timing of the qualification are too good. So I hope for him and for me, for the team, that he will be on the podium with the best pilots.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Best of luck for your son, and of course best of luck to the other drivers ready for the second race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on the Salzburgring racetrack. And I believe it will be again really exciting, because maybe we do have, or we did have yesterday, the podium completely occupied by the Jensen Motorsport cars, but nevertheless the races are exciting. And just as Enzo said, I believe also the newcomer Andreas Lobue will be capable of fighting for the podium today. And he's not far away actually, because if you take a look in a reverse direction, there are only 4 cars ahead of the best Maffe racing car on the grid. So I'm really curious what we are about to see. Well, the starting grid is now being cleared. We do have the 1 minute sign. 1 minute sign, 1 minute to the start of the formation lap. So this will be all from the grid walk. This will be all from the starting grid. And make sure you are joining us for the race itself in a few moments. Thank you very much. Hello again and welcome to Austria. Here we are again on Salzburgring racetrack. We are close to Salzburg, one of the most beautiful cities in Austria. And again, we have a beautiful day, clear sky, high temperatures, perfect weather for more racing. And the grid is being formed for the second race of the FI Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on this amazing racetrack. As I said, it's very unique to me. 4.2 kilometers long, hidden in a narrow alpine valley. It's a narrow short track which provides us with some good racing, and the grid is ready for the second race of Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring. So let's get ready for racing. We have Max Garhan on the pole position, Gino Trappa alongside him in the first row, and here we are again. We are racing again on Salzburgring, and we do have a yellow flags on the grid because one of the cars stopped. And fortunately there was a no contact, no crash, because for example we saw a nasty crash yesterday in Barcelona in the first race of Formula 3, just because one of the cars didn't make it from the starting line, but fortunately it wasn't this case. So we go green at the moment, and it was a really good start by the Czech driver and yesterday's winner Max Garhan. Max Garhan is still leading the way, so good job done by the Czech racer. Max Garhan is there in the front, but this will be a really close battle between Garhan and Trappa. Max Garhan is second in the championship standings after yesterday's victory, but the championship leader Gino Trappa is trying to make the overtake maneuver from the outside line, and this is a nice battle wheel to wheel between the two teammates. A small lockup by Max Garhan, but the Czech driver still should be in the first place at the moment, racing with number 144. Took his first victory of the season yesterday, and he is even more motivated for Sunday's race to make it happen again, because this weekend can be crucial for the championship. Max Garhan can't lose any more points if he wants to put a pressure on Gino Trappa. So he needs to win again, and then he needs to win also the third race today afternoon. So it's a huge task for the Czech talented driver, but I believe he can repeat yesterday's victory. He has the speed here, and he has the self-confidence, which is crucial for being quick and being victorious eventually. So it is Max Garhan leading the way ahead of Gino Trappa, Javier Herrera in P3. Lockup by Nicolas Cortes, another Jensen Motorsport driver. And still we have top 4 places occupied by top 4 Jensen Motorsport drivers. Again, it's commanding performance shown by the Swiss squad here on Salzburgring. Here we are again on the main straight, and Max Garhan is doing a really great job here, because the gap between him and Gino Trappa is almost 1 second wide. So good job so far by Max Garhan, who is leading the race in a very commanding way. Yesterday he was under pressure only after the safety car period, because there was no more gap between him and Trappa, but he gained the gap again, so he has the pace here, no question. And look at this battle. This is a fight for the 4th place between the local hero Simon Schranz, racing for Renauer Motorsport, and Simon Schranz going from the outside around Nicolas Cortes. Nice battle between Jensen Motorsport and Renauer Motorsport car. It was a small lock up by Nicolas Cortez, but he is still in P4. And behind him, Simon Schranz needs to also be defensive, because as you can see, there is also the German female driver Mathilda Patz trying to find her way ahead. And we know very well that also Mathilda Patz is very, very quick driver. She finished in P3 on Red Bull Ring during the previous race weekend. Or excuse me, it was P2 actually. Yes, she was in P2 in the last race on Red Bull Ring a month ago. So what a great driving talent we have here in Mathilda Patz. And oh no, we have a car off the track, and it's number 25 if I'm correct. Or excuse me, it was 26, which would be Chiara Henne. So another female driver in the field. But look at this battle again. It's Simon Schranz going from the outside around. Nicolas Cortez is trying to do it in the same way like in the previous lap. So will he be successful this time? I don't think so. Nicolas Cortez keeps his inside defensive line, and that's the best way how to keep your position safe. Good job done by Nicolas Cortez, and now there is a huge pressure. Simon Schranz under huge pressure from Mathilda Patz, and she is trying to find her way ahead, but there is no space to do it from the outside into the first chicane, so she will rather wait for the better opportunity, and I believe the better opportunity will come for her. You can see how close are these single-seaters to each other. It's a proper nose-to-tail racing here on Salzburgring. In the meantime, Max Garhan still leading the race, and he has the advantage over 1 second ahead of Gino Trappa, so it's a good position for Max Garhan, who is again going for the victory here on Salzburgring. But still, we have 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Nothing has been decided yet, and this time Schranz is trying to find his way through the inside line. And you could see another lockup done by Nicolas Cortez. He's ruining his front tires, and that's not good news for the Mexican driver to the rest of the race, because his performance, of course, will be affected by the tires. So this time Schranz is trying to find... Oh no! There was a mistake done by Nicolas Cortez, and he almost lost it. Just ahead of the first chicane, he went almost through the chicane, through the gravel zone, but somehow he managed to stay on the racetrack, and now it's Mathilda Patz trying to find her way through the inside line ahead of Simon Schranz, but not this time. So it is still Simon Schranz in P5 and Mathilda Patz behind him in P6. But it's a great, great battle for the 4th place here on the racetrack between Cortez, Schranz and Patz. Behind them it's František Němec in P7. But there is a bigger gap between Němec and these 3 drivers. So Němec means no threat for these guys at the moment. Again, a huge lockup done by Cortez. And again, in the same place, at the same corner. Not good news for Nicolas, not good news for his tires. We still have 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And I'm afraid that his tires will be dead really, really soon if he keeps doing this. Again, through the first chicane of the racetrack here on Salzburgring, and there might be another chance for Simon Schranz. There is no space on the inside. This corner is not the best place to overtake here on Salzburgring. But Simon Schranz knows very well he needs to be quick at the exit from that corner to make his position better for overtaking in the following corners, in the following sectors of Salzburgring. So again, he does a good job here. And look how close he is. There will be another attempt from Simon Schranz very soon, and he goes from the outside again. But again, Nicolas Cortes still in P4. Karhan leads the race. And again, the gap between him and Gino Trappa is less than 1 second. So Gino Trappa has been quicker in the last laps. So Karhan's first position might be under pressure in the last 15 minutes of the race. Nothing has been decided. And also nothing has been decided here. And this fight between Cortes, Schranz and Parts. And again, we can see a wheel-to-wheel battle between Simon Schranz and Matilda Parts. And again, it's a fight for P5 at the moment. And this time the German driver may be successful. No, the outside line is not the quickest here. Definitely not. And what about Schranz? He was indicating that maybe he would go for the inside, but Nicolas Cortes left no space there. And there is another group of riders. František Němec leads the following group in P7, with David Gorczyca behind him in P8, actually in P9 at the moment, because there was a battle between Gorczyca and David Walter. So David Walter is in P8 and David Gorczyca is in P9. But anyway, this is a great performance done by David Gorczyca, because David Gorczyca started the race from the very last place on the grid from P16, and we have him on in P9 at the moment. So good job done by the Czech racer racing for Janik Motorsport. What a performance. Of course, David Gorczyca was really upset after yesterday's race, because it was David Walter who left no space for him and pushed him out of the racetrack. So David Gorczyca made contact with a barrier and broke not only the front right suspension, but also the rear right suspension. So there was plenty of work for the mechanics of Janik Motorsport overnight, but the car is ready and David is back on the racetrack, which is really, really good news, not only for the Czech driver, but also for the Czech team. And David Gorczyca is fighting for the championship points here. As I said, after start of the race from P16, he is up into the top 10 in P9 at the moment, and it could be even better for David Gorczyca. Here he is driving the red and white Orlen car, and he is behind another Czech driver, František Němec, and I believe he is being quicker at the moment, so there could be a good chance for overtaking for David Gorczyca here. And he should overtake František Němec as soon as possible, because David Walter is ahead of them and he's making the gap. So David Gorczyca can't afford losing any more time if he wants to fight at last for P7 in this race. So wait and see, but really good job done by David Gorczyca so far. And here we have another fight. And this is David Walter, the Danish driver, already behind Matilda Parts. So the German driver racing for Matilda Racing, the Familie racing team, is no more in the contact with Schranz and Cortez, but on the other hand, she needs to be defensive because she knows that there is David Walter behind her, and not anymore behind. He is ahead of Matilda Paz, so David Walter made it, and he is in P6 now. Also, really good job by the Danish driver. He started the race from 12th place on the grid, and he has already gained 6 positions, and we have him in P6 now. So good job done by Muffy Racing driver. And yes, that's the best Muffy Racing car on the racetrack now, as he is in P6 and Andreas Lobue is down in P10. So not the best pace at the moment if we speak about Andreas Lobue, but anyway, it's a newcomer to the series, and I must say he's doing a really great job. Last weekend on Red Bull Ring, he won the trophy for the best rookie, and this time on Salzburgring, he is fighting for the championship points in every race. So what a great progress done by the Swiss driver racing for Muffy Racing. Yesterday it was P5 for Andreas Lobue, so really not bad for a newcomer to the championship. But anyway, we still have 9.5 minutes to go, and I believe that we will witness the battle for the first place here. Max Karhan still leading the race, but as you can see, there is no more gap between Karhan and Gino Trappa in the second place. Gino Trappa is really quick at the moment, and he is already trying to find a way. Another great battle between the two teammates here. And let's wait for the main straight again, but I believe that Gino Trappa is really the quickest guy on the racetrack at the very moment now. Another lap completed. Karhan is still in the lead, but the gap is only 0.5 of a second between him and Gino Trappa. And he needs to be defensive, he needs to be careful, and he can't afford making any mistake. And what about here? Another great battle between Cortez and Schranz. Schranz is still stacked behind Cortez. Well, I must admire the defensive skills shown by Nicolas Cortez here, because he is being under pressure from the very first lap to this moment, but still not making any mistakes and still keeping Simon Schranz behind him. So good job by the Mexican here. But what about this time? It is another wheel-to-wheel battle between Cortez and Schranz. And Schranz is ahead! So finally, Simon Schranz made it. And he is in P4 now. So finally, Simon Schranz completed the overtaking maneuver, and he is the new driver in 4th place now. With 7 minutes to go, it's a small success for Simon Schranz racing for local team. Oh no, we have a car off the track, and it's a Jensen Motorsport car in the barrier. Who is it? I believe it's number 23. That's Nicolas Cortez, the Mexican driver, yes. So maybe this is a result of the fight between Simon Schranz and the Mexican Nicolas Cortez. We have a safety car on the track. So what a drama we have with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Nicolas Cortez went off the track into the tire barrier. What a shame for the Mexican driver, who was racing for more championship points here. I can see some slow motions, and it seems to me it was just a simple driver's mistake. I believe there was no contact between the Mexican and Simon Schranz So most likely this was only the driver's mistake, or of course it could be some kind of technical issue or flat tire maybe. I can't speculate, but take a look here. Yes, you can see Nicolas Cortez locking up the tires and leaving the track in a huge speed and crashing into the tire barriers. I was so happy to see climbing Nicolas Cortez up out from the car. So Nicolas Cortez should be okay after this huge impact. But what a shame. Here he is, the Mexican driver Nicolas Cortez, and it seems to me that he can't believe what he sees at the moment. The race is over, and there will be no points for Nicolas Cortez at the end of this race. And hopefully we will see Nicolas Cortez in the final race of the weekend this afternoon. But this was really bad impact. So the race has been neutralized with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Safety car is leading the field, and behind the safety car it's Max Carhan in the first place, ahead of Chino Trapa, Javier Herrera in P3, Simon Trans in P4, David Walter in P5, Matilda Paz in P6, František Němec in P7, David Gorčica in P8, Andreas Lebue in P9, and Hade Mimasi from Canada, racing for Renauer Motorsport, is there in P10. So that's the top 10 at the moment. Plus we have the Hungarian driver Bennett Gaspar in P11, racing for Zingier Motorsport. Then we have the Polish female driver Michalina Sabaj in P12, Theodor Borenstein in P13, Nikolai Dirvet in P14. These are the other two Maffe Racing drivers, and Chiara Henny is there in P15. She spun in this race, so that's the reason why she is in the very last place now. Well, the question is if there is any restart, because we only have 3 minutes left, and it will be really necessary to repair these tire barriers. So it's possible that the race will end behind the safety car, and you can see much damage to the car of Nicolas Cortez. Both sides of the front suspension broken, the front wing broken, and also maybe the other things on the car will have to be repaired. So bad news for Jensen Motorsport. The second race is scheduled for today afternoon, with the green flag shown a few minutes after 1 p.m. So not much time left for Jensen Motorsport if they want to make this car ready again for the third race of the weekend. What a shame, and I'm curious what Nicolas Cortez will say about this incident after the race. Because as I said, it could be a driver's mistake, it could be a technical issue, it could be a flat tire. All these possibilities are here. But the most important news is the fact that Nicolas Cortez is okay, and it was really good to see him climbing out of the car without any help. So that's the most crucial information, and we are happy to see him standing next to the car. But anyway, safety car will enter the pit lane at the end of this lap. So we will have another minute of green racing here on Salzburgring. So let's get ready for the final showdown. Here in Austria, Max Karhan in the first place. Behind him, Gino Troppa in P2, Javier Herrera in P3, Simon Schranz in P4, and David Walter in P5. Green flag. And we go green again. 40 seconds to go. This should be the last lap of the race. So we do have the green flag for the very last lap of the race. And Max Karhan is still being in the lead. And he's making no mistake, but there is a mistake by another Janssen car. And it's number 24, that's Javier Herrera. So another Mexican driver and another car spun. Number 14, Nikolai Dirwet from Mafia Racing. So what a drama at the end of the race. And it's really, really bad news for all the Mexican fans joining us. Because firstly, it was Nicolas Cortez crashing out. And now it's his fellow Mexican and his teammate Javier Herrera making a mistake in the first chicane and losing all the positions. What a bad news for the Mexican fans. In the meantime, Karhan leads ahead of Troppa, and behind them it's a great battle, three-wide battle between Herrera, Schranz and Walter for the third place, for the final spot on the podium. So who will be there? I believe it's a Simon Schranz. I believe it's a Simon Schranz in P3 now. So what a great restart by the Austrian driver. What a great restart by the local hero, racing for local team, Rennauer Motorsport. Here we are on the main straight again. And we are waiting for the checkered flag. Yes, here it is. Max Karhan wins the second race. Gino Troppa in P2, and yes, it's Simon Schranz in P3. So what a great lap by the Austrian driver. What a great restart. Simon Schranz made it up to the podium in the very last lap of the race. So what a dramatic way to finish the second race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring. Max Karhan wins again. It's a second win in a row for the Czech driver racing for Jensen Motorsport. Gino Troppa again in P2. So again, a podium finish for our championship leader. Again, we can see Javier Herrera here spinning the car, and also Nikolai Dirwet spinning the car at the same place. Javier Herrera finished race in P14 and Nikolai Dirwet finished race in P15. So only Nicolas Cortez wasn't classified in this race. But what a great last lap. Karhan wins, Troppa second, Schranz third, David Walter in P4. And David Walter started the race from 12th place on the grid. So he gained 8 positions. What a great race by David Walter. He was penalized after yesterday's incident between him and David Gorčica, but this time it was a clean race for the Danish driver who finished the race in P4. Matilda Parts from Germany, racing for Matilda Racing, finished the race in P5. František Němec, racing for the FIA CEZ Academy, finished in P6. It's a good result for a young Czech driver, and yes, this is the best result of the season for František Němec. So what a good race for another talented Czech racer, Hady Mimasi, another Rennauer Motorsport racer from Canada in P7, David Gorčica in P8, and David Gorčica started the race from P16. So good job done by the Czech driver racing for Yannick Motorsport. Andreas Lobue in P9, another points for the newcomer. Good job by Mafia Racing driver. And after all, it's a 1 point for the Hungarian Bennett Gaspar, racing for the Hungarian team Zenge Motorsport. So also good job by Bennett. And good news for all the Hungarian fans. P11 for Michalina Szabály, P12 for Theodor Borenstein, P13 for Chiara Henny, P14 for Javier Herrera, who spun his car in the first chicane at the beginning of the last lap, and P15 for Nikolai Dirwet, the Danish driver racing for Mafia Racing, who made a mistake at the very same place. like Javier Herrera did. So pretty unfortunate end of the race for these two racers. But again, what a show, and what a moments of joy for Max Carhan, who takes his second win in a row and also his second win of the season. Good job done by Max Carhan. And I believe we are ready for the highlights. So what a great showdown of racing here on Salzburgring. The cars are back in the pit lane in the Parc Fermé at the moment, and we are getting ready for the podium ceremony after the second race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring. It's the last Austrian venue of the 2025 season after the 2 rounds on the Red Bull Ring. We are enjoying these 3 races here on Salzburgring, and the season will go on in the Czech Republic on Most circuit at the end of July. Then we go to Slovakia for Slovakia Ring round at the end of August, and the big season final will be there at the beginning of September in Brno. By the way, in Brno we do have a brand new tarmac, new curbs, new gravel zones. Everything is new there at the moment, and there are few drivers who had a chance of testing there already, and everybody is so happy about new Brno circuit, especially about the new tarmac, because the times are dropping down, and basically in every racing class we are expecting breaking of track records. So let's be excited for Brno. Of course, the first big test of the new tarmac will be the MotoGP racing there at the end of July. And all the changes to the circuit has been made mostly because of the MotoGP comeback to the Czech Republic. So it's a good news that we still have 2 racing circuits in the Czech Republic. Most has been renovated in the last years for the World Superbike Championship, and also Brno undergoes the reconstruction works because of the MotoGP comeback. So good news for the Czech racing fans and for the Middle European racing fans, because I believe both Czech circuits are within the range for most of the racing fans from the Middle Europe, from the Czech Republic, Germany, Poland, Slovakia, Austria, of course. So it's the place to be, the Czech Republic and the Czech circuits. Good news. But of course we are so grateful for our Austrian friends and partners here, because the racing here either on Salzburgring or Red Bull Ring is really great, and the facility is amazing. So we are really enjoying racing here in Austria, and As you can see, the podium ceremony is getting ready now. And again, it will be Max Karhan on the top step. And again, it will be the Argentinian driver Gino Trappa on the second spot on the podium. So after the first race yesterday, Gino Trappa had 134 points to his name. Of course, Gino is still the championship leader. After yesterday's victory, Max Karhan made it up to the second place in the championship standings with 92 points to his name. So if I make a quick calculation here, it's another 25 points for Max Karhan. So that means 92 plus 25. That's 117 points for Max Karhan now. And if I do the calculation also for Gino Trappa, it's 134 plus 18, which is 152. So it is 152 versus 117 points. So that's the gap between Gino Trappa and Max Karhan. It's a 35 points between these two Jens Motorsport drivers. 35 points between the first and the second place in the championship standings. And we still do have 10 races to go. The championship is absolutely wide open, and I believe it's going to be a great showdown for the championship title to the very last race in Brno. I know that also a lot of Argentinian fans are joining us live on the live stream, so also greetings to Argentina. It's good to have you along, and of course we know very well that all the South American fans are really passionate, not only for football, but of course for the racing. There are many Argentinian racing heroes. We all do remember Carlos Reutemann racing in Formula 1. We all know Jose Maria Pechito Lopez racing in the WEC nowadays, but we know him, of course, for claiming 3 championship titles in World Touring Car Championship racing for Factory Citroën. So we have a lot of Argentinian drivers in our minds, and it's great to see another talented driver from Argentina racing here in Formula 4. And of course, I'm talking about Gino Trappa. But here he comes. This is Simon Schranz for the first time this year on the podium. So good job done by the Austrian driver. Good job by the local hero. And here we have the two Jens Motorsport drivers, Gino Trappa in P2 and Max Karhan winning the race. And we are ready to hear the Czech national anthem again. Czech national anthem for the winning driver Max Karhan. Another moments of joy for the Czech racer and the Czech racing fans. Here we have Mr. Krenek presenting the trophies. So the trophy for the third place went to Simon Schranz. The trophy for the second place goes to Gino Trappa, and the trophy for the winner here It goes to the hands of Max Garhant, and look how happy he is. Of course, we have the trophy for the representative of the winning team, Jensen Motorsport. So the Jensen Motorsport is continuing in its dominance here in Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship. So guys don't want to spray the champagne now because of course there is another race in the afternoon, so they want to keep their racing suits clean and ready for the final race, and that's completely understandable because the weather is really hot here, so you don't want racing in champagne. I can imagine how unpleasant it could be for the racers here. So another racing series is getting ready in the meantime. We have some historic single-seaters on the racetrack. And we are also ready for another podium ceremony here on Salzburgring. So this time I believe it should be for the best rookie driver. And we have the Austrian national anthem here. So the podium for the best rookie drivers here, and again we can see Simon Schranz on the podium for the second time, because of course he was the best rookie in the second race. So it's a second trophy for the Austrian driver here on his home soil. So what a good news for the Austrian fans again. And I believe we will also see the podium for the best female drivers after the second race of the FIA F4 CEZ Championship. What a beautiful place for racing anyway. I believe that's the only track in the world where you can watch the racing from the Alpine hills actually, and that's really nice about Salzburgring. Yes, and here we come. It's the podium ceremony for the best ladies. So this time we shall listen to the German national anthem for the winning driver Mathilda Patz. So this was the German national anthem for the best female driver of the race. Matilda Paz, again showing some great racing ability, some great driving skills. And we are so curious about her and about her future because she has the speed. And I believe the best has yet to come if we speak about her. So again, the trophies are presented for the best free ladies driver. And I believe that will be all from the second race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring. Make sure you join us also for the second race of TCRs and join us also for the final race of the weekend of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring today afternoon. And have a lovely Sunday. Thank you very much.
The green flag is now in the air, signaling that everything is ready for the starting procedure to begin. He surprised everybody and he goes into the race lead. Fantastic start. So, there's a big crash. Got him around the outside and he takes the second place.
Geburtstag. Jetzt ist der Rennen, auch eine tolle Geschichte hier. Und zwar Ingo Appelt, der einzige Olympiasieger in Hochfahrt, ist hier ein Fahrzeug von
Ja, lasst uns gemeinsam einen kleinen Blick werfen auf das Programm, das hier noch ansteht. Heute und hier am zweiten Tag des Motortags 2025. Also TCR-Rennen jetzt in Kürze hier am Ring. Wie geht es auf der Bühne in der Zwischenzeit weiter? Und zwar gibt es dort natürlich auch immer wieder die Vorstellungen. So jetzt gerade die Vorstellung der historischen Rennwagen. Passiert jetzt gerade drüben auf der Bühne bei meinen Kollegen bei Max. Um 13:25 Uhr geht es dann los mit der Porsche 935 Vorstellung, während Max hier zu mir kommt und wir gemeinsam die Viertelmeile und Drift Show und eben den Porsche 935 Drive erleben können. Das ist dann von 12:25 bis 13:25 richtig Action mit Driften durch die Fahrradagentur. Da geht es ab wie die Schmitzkatze, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Da wird mit Hochgeschwindigkeit angefahren von unseren großartigen Driftern, die wir dann bewundern können, die hier natürlich auch richtig lässig unterwegs sind. Da gibt es zum Beispiel den Benjamin Gabucha mit dem Audi S2 oder Grimm Motorsport kommt mit Max Grimm, Peter Grimm und. Olli Wolten ist da mit dem GW 92 mit satten 850 PS wird da gedriftet sein. Also es gibt schon richtig coole und lässige Driftanlagen, die wir euch dann anbieten können. Da zahlt es sich auf jeden Fall aus, mit dabei zu sein.
Everybody in their grid positions. The green flag is now in the air.
Oh no, Germán, he makes a mistake! It's a free wide here at Salzburgring. This is absolutely unbelievable.
So, 3-Minuten-Tafel, auch schon draußen. Das heißt, jetzt sind auch alle Techniker.
Hello race fans and welcome to Austria. Here we are again on Salzburgring and we are ready for the second race of the TCR Eastern Europe Championship here on this beautiful Austrian racetrack hidden in the Alpine Valley. And here we are with Adam Cote starting from the pole position, and let's have a quick chat before the start with our poleman. Adam, yesterday pretty unfortunate race with incident with a tire problem, but today new day, new race, new challenge, starting from the pole position. So how do you feel?
Yesterday was disaster for us, but I'm looking forward for this race. I think we have a good pace, and if I can manage the start, then I will try to do my best and win the race.
Absolutely, and we wish you best of luck for that. So yes, it will be Adam Cote starting from pole position, the second race of the weekend here on Salzburgring. As you can see, it's the front row lockup done by Hyundai Ioniq Motorsport here in Austria. It is Jiří Zbožínek starting from the second place, and of course the biggest challenger for the guys up in the front will be this guy from Italy, Giacomo Germandi. He won the race during the opening weekend on Red Bull Ring, and here we are again on the Salzburgring racetrack. Yesterday there was a penalty for Giacomo Germandi after the race, so he lost his podium finish because of making the contact with Adam Colt during the race. So this time it's also the new challenge for Giacomo Germandi, who will have a chance of fighting for the podium again with his only Honda Civic on the grid. And we have to clear the grid at the moment, so let's follow me please. Here we have Peter Semmerat, the newcomer this year, but a very familiar face to the championship. Peter Semmerat is the championship runner-up from the 2022 season, so it's a good to have Peter Semmerat back on the grid racing for Auto Express Racing with his Cupra Leon TCR. Ivar Svaleres, also a very good race for the Latvian driver yesterday. And we are also curious about these two Audis by Adidas Racing, because these two cars made it to the finish in first and second place yesterday. This is our yesterday's winner, Martin Kadlecik, who won the race just ahead of his teammate Bartosz Groszek, finishing in P2. This time they will be starting from P7 and P8 respectively. So it will be tough for Adidas Racing, but I believe there is an exciting race ahead of us. Make sure you join us just in a few moments. Thank you.
der Gegengeraden gerade vorbei und da geht es halt noch einmal hinein. Eben wie gesagt, dieses Jahr.
Again, hello race fans and welcome to Austria one more time. Here we are on Salzburgring, ready for the second race of the weekend of TCR Eastern Europe Championship. 9 cars on the grid again, but I believe, even though it's not the largest grid ever, we are going to see a very, very exciting race, just as yesterday. Adam Colt will be starting the race from the pole position, so our championship runner-up from last season will be starting from the pole position this time, and it must be a better race for Adam Colt than tomorrow. Than yesterday, of course, because yesterday it was a disaster, yes, just as Adam Colt described it. I can only agree. Yesterday Adam Colt was hit during the race by Giacomo Germandi, then he had a flat tire which destroyed a huge part of a car, so It is a day to forget for Adam Coate, but today it's a new day, new race, new challenge, and the new chance for the Czech driver who won the first race of the season on Red Bull Ring, then finished in P2, also on Red Bull Ring. Yesterday it was without podium with many problems, but this time he is ready to fight for the win again, starting from the first place alongside his teammate Jiří Zbožínek, who is going to start the race from the second place. In the second rows, it's Giacomo Germandi next to Petr Semerat, starting from P4. In row 3, it's Jirko Knego and Ivar Svalers. Row number 4, it's Bartosz Groszek and Martin Kadlecik. And row number 5, it's Petr Cíšek. Let's go racing again here on Salzburgring. Adam Coate made a good start, and he will be in the first place into the first chicane. Jiří Zbožínek is there behind him. You can see the difference between the new Elantra kit and the previous Elantra. Of course, Adam Coate has the latest version of Hyundai Elantra and TCR car. So the brand new Elantra is leading the way into the first lap of the race. Of course, another 25 minutes of action ahead of us. Adam Coate in the first place, ahead of Jiří Zbožínek. Then it's Giacomo Germandi in P3. There is a battle of the two teammates from Editis Racing. Audi versus Audi at the back of the grid. Groszek versus Kadlecik. As I mentioned on the starting grid, Martin Kadlecik won the chaotic race yesterday. And today he wants to fight at last for top 5, I believe. But let's wait and see what the pace will be today. But both Audi cars were in a good shape yesterday. Both Audi Adidas cars, I must say, because of course we also have the third Audi RS3 LMS TCR on the grid, which is being driven by the Latvian driver Ivar Svalers, and you could see him there. Here he is. It's the first Audi in the row. So it's a group of 3 Audis in P6, P7 and P8. Valers in P6, Bartosz Groszek in P7 and Martin Kadlecik in P8 at the moment. Here we are again on the main straight, and we go to the second lap of the race. Adam Coate still in the lead ahead of his teammate Jiří Zbožínek. Giacomo Germandi in P3. No incidents so far. Last year here in Salzburgring it was an exciting final weekend of the season. Adam Coate won both races here last year, even though it wasn't enough for him to claim the championship title, as he lost by only 5 points in the championship battle against Matej Homola. So Matej Homola won the championship here last year. He's no longer racing in the TCR Eastern Europe as he switched for GT2 European Series. But look at his battle, because Jiří Zbožínek has a really good pace now, and he's trying to find his way ahead of his teammate Adam Coate. So it might be a battle for the first place between the two teammates. A small look-up by Adam Coate in the Spitzkehre here. And here we are again in the final chicane, and shortly we will be entering another lap on the main straight again. Coate leads the way ahead of Zbožínek and Germandi, but also Germandi is really close behind the Czech driver in the second place. So there might be a fight for the second place sooner than a fight for the first place here. Germandi was really upset last year here on the Salzburgring, because he was fighting for the victory, yet the flat tire stopped him here. So it was a race to forget for Giacomo Germandi. But this year he is back again driving his Honda Civic FL5 TCR, entered by I Motorsport, and this Italian guy is even more motivated for claiming the success here. Look how close he is behind Zbožínek, and Germandi is trying to find a way from the outside. But now it's a great defensive driving by Jiří Zbožínek. So still the Czech driver keeps his second place at the moment. And it's also good news for Adam Coate, because as these two drivers are fighting each other for the second place, Adam Colt is gaining the advantage, and you can see the gap between Colt and Zbozinek. It's over 1 second, yes, 1 second, 1.1 second at the moment between Colt and Zbozinek, and there will be Germandi going from the outside into the first chicane. Is he going to try it? Yes! What a great job! Oh no, but he went too far and he went off the racetrack into the Glover zone, and I believe he has to give his position back because he was overtaking off the track, which is of course illegal. Yes, Zbozinek is back in the second place now. So Giacomo Germandi will have to try it again. Of course, you can't overtake the other driver going off the track, otherwise you would be penalized for that. So that's why Germandi let Zbozinek go. But Germandi has a good pace now. And again, he is closely behind the Czech driver racing for Hyundai Ioniq Motorsport, and I believe that Germandi is going to try it again. Behind Germandi, we have the Croatian driver Žarko Knego being in the 4th place now, behind the wheel of his Hyundai Elantra and TCR, entered by Auto Club Dubrovnik. So it's been a good race for Knego so far, but no, there was a mistake done by Zbozinek. He went too far, and there is also some damage to his car. You can see it in the front. So there is some damage to the Hyundai Elantra of Yuri Zbozinek, and Germandi is going from the outside one more time, but not this time. Good job by Zbozinek. He kept the inside line. A good defensive job done by the Czech driver, who still keeps his 2nd place. In the meantime, Adam Colt is just pulling away. There are more than 2 seconds between Colt and Zbozinek, so it's already a huge gap between Colt and Zbozinek, but the situation is going to be really, really bad for the Czech driver in the 2nd place now, because he has 4 other cars behind him, and this will be a great battle for the 2nd place. Also, the Adetis Audi goes ahead of Žarko Knego, and that's Martin Kadlecik showing great pace again, and Kadlecik is already there to fight Germandi. Germandi locks up, and Kadlecik goes for the inside. Nice battle for the 3rd place now. Germandi is still in P3, but it will be tough for him now, as Kadlecik is there very, very close behind him. Zbozinek goes to the pit lane. What a shame for the Czech driver. Zbozinek has been fighting for the podium here, but because of the damage to his car, he was forced to enter the pit lane, and that's really, really bad news for Jiří Zbozinek, who is losing his podium chances in this race, but still 17 minutes to go. Adam Colt is leading the way. So was it a drive-through? Yeah, maybe it was a drive-through penalty for some reason. Maybe for causing a collision, but I'm not really sure at the moment. But anyway, Jiří Zbozinek just went through the pit lane, and he is rejoining now, so most likely that was a drive-through penalty for Jiří Zbozinek, who is, I believe, very last at the moment. Although live timing is showing something else. According to the live standings, Jiří Zbozinek should be there in P7 ahead of Petr Čížek and Petr Semerad, but I would rather see that. But anyway, the podium chances are gone for Jiří Zbozinek, and that's a great shame for the Czech driver, who was doing a really good defensive job at the opening stages of the race. Here we are again on the main straight here in Salzburgring. Germandi is still in P2, but what a queue of drivers behind him. Germandi 2nd, Kadlecik 3rd, Grošek 4th, Knego 5th. Behind Knego, it's Ivar Svalers in P6, Petr Čížek in P7, Petr Semerad in P8, and Jiří Zbozinek in the very last place in P9. after his drive-through. So this is how the standings looks like at the moment with 15 minutes to go. Still Germandi ahead of Kadlecik. There are two Adidas Racing Audis behind the Italian, and Kadlecik is getting really close, and he's looking for the inside line again. Oh no! Germandi makes a mistake, and he went off the track into the barrier. Oh no! What a shame for the Italian driver. He made a mistake. He spun the car, and he went off through the gravel zone and crashed into the tire barrier. So this might be a safety car. Yes, safety car is out. Although the safety car driver obviously didn't catch Adam Colt now, but the race is neutralized and the safety car is out with 14.5 minutes to go. What a shame for Giacomo Germandi. Safety car is here, so it will be soon catched by the race leader Adam Colt. But anyway, as I said, what a great shame for Giacomo Germandi. I feel really sorry for Giacomo, because yesterday he made a contact with Adam Colt and he was penalized, so he lost the podium finish. In the final results, Giacomo Germandi was classified in P6 in the first race yesterday, and today there was a chance for him to fight for the podium, but he lost control, he lost the car, and that's the result. Of course, we are happy to see climbing Giacomo Germandi out of his Honda Civic TCR, but this was very unfortunate. Most likely it was a driver's mistake, but of course again there is a possibility of flat tire or some other technical issue, but I believe this rather was a driver's mistake. Very similar crash to the one we saw earlier today in the second race of the Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship. Almost the same place, and really sad moment for all the Italian fans joining us live to support their hero. It's really, really, really sad to see incident like this one. So safety car is on the track, and we still have 12.5 minutes to go in this race, in the final race of the weekend of the TCR Eastern Europe here on Salzburgring. I can see the rescue vehicle coming there to pick up Giacomo's car, so I hope it will be a quick procedure, because of course we want to see some more racing today. Not a good news, of course, for Adam Colt, because he lost the gap he made previously between himself and the driver in the second place, who is Martin Kadlecik at the moment. Of course, Martin Kadlecik is now in the second place after the crash of Giacomo Germandi. So Kadlecik is there in P2 ahead of Bartosz Groszek in P3. So again, Adidas Racing is fighting for a double podium, just as yesterday. Yesterday it was 1-2 finish for Adidas Racing. Kadlecik won the race ahead of 2022 champion Bartosz Groszek. And today, again, Adidas Racing is in the fight for the victory. The safety car is a good news for Martin Kadlecik, because now he has Adam Colt just in front of him. And there might be a chance for the Czech driver to try to overtake last year's championship runner-up, Adam Colt. Let's wait and see. 11 minutes to go, and as you can see, there are the rescue vehicles trying to pick up the damaged Honda Civic of Giacomo Germandi. Here we can see the situation. Of course, there is also some damage to the tire barrier, so it's possible that it won't be a short safety car period, unfortunately for us, of course. And here is Jiří Zbožínek. And if someone is happy now, it is Jiří Zbožínek, because he got the chance to catch the field again after his drive-through. So Jiří Zbožínek got an unexpected chance for fighting in this race again. There is Petr Semerád ahead of Jiří Zbožínek in P7, and it will be tough for Petr Semerád to keep his 7th place, because for him it's the first race weekend of the season. For the first time he is racing with Cupra Leon Competizione TCR, and for the first time in his life he is racing here on Salzburgring. He has no previous experiences with this racetrack, so it's extremely tough for Petr Semerád racing for Express Auto Racing. He was training on the simulator as much as possible before this race weekend, but of course, if you don't have a real track experience, it's really tough for you. So it won't be easy for Semerád to keep Zbožínek behind him. 8 minutes, 40 seconds to go. The Germandis car is being rescued from the gravel zone. So I would say it will be one more lap for the safety car, and then we will be green again. So we could have at last 6 minutes of green racing at the closing stage of the race. As you can see, the Germandis car is no longer there in the tire barrier, so it looks to me that the track is cleared and clean now. So let's wait for the command from the race directory, but I have no message about the safety car ending, so it will be one more lap behind the safety car now. So my original guess was correct. One more lap behind the safety car, and then we will have the final showdown. And it won't be easy restart for Adam Colt. He knows very well who is there behind him. He knows very well that Martin Kadlecik has really good pace here on Salzburgring. We saw that yesterday. It was a commanding win for Martin Kadlecik. Of course, there were troubles for Adam Colt. Adam Colt wasn't in the fight yesterday. He got touch, then he suffered a flat tire, he suffered a damage to his car, so there was no chance for Adam Colt yesterday, but on the other hand, it was really strong performance shown by Martin Kadlecik, so there might be a chance again. Safety car in this lap, it's being confirmed, so let's get ready for the final 5 minutes and let's say 20 seconds of green racing here on Salzburgring. Final 5 minutes of racing this weekend on Salzburgring if we speak about TCR Eastern Europe. Drivers are getting ready, putting the tires up in the temperature, up in the right working window, and here we go again. Code leads the way through the final chicane. We still have the yellow flags here waiting for the restart, and it will be Code's call here. So here we are on the main straight again. Green flag is in the air. Adam Code is still waiting, and now he accelerates. Let's go for the final 5 minutes here on Salzburgring. And it will be a fight for the first place here between Code and Kadlecik, who is really close behind the Czech driver racing for Hyundai Jene Motorsport, but this time there was no chance for Kadlecik for overtaking through the first chicane. That's not a good place. You can only overtake there by taking a high risk. So sometimes it's just not a wise decision. So Martin Kadlecik is rather waiting at the moment for the better opportunity, but the opportunity might come very soon. You can see how close he is behind Adam Code, and there will be a fight for the first place. Wheel-to-wheel battle between Code and Kadlecik for the first place here, and Kadlecik is trying to go from the outside. Not this time. Good defensive line by Adam Code, who keeps his first place, and then here is a fight between the two teammates, and Groszek goes ahead of Kadlecik. So Kadlecik eventually lost one place here, and Bartosz Groszek is there in the second place now. So good job by the Polish driver, good job by the 2022 TCR Eastern Europe champion. 3.5 minutes to go on the main straight again. Coates leads the way. Behind him is Groszek in P2, Kadlecik in P3, Knego in P4, Ivar Smalers in P5. So these are the top 5 drivers now. Knego is also in the fight for the overall podium. That would be amazing for the Croatian, because he destroyed his car in Friday's free practice, and now he's there fighting for the podium. But look at the battle between the two Additis Racing drivers. Kadlecik is trying to go from the outside again, but not this time, and Knego is trying to take the advantage from the battle of the two teammates here. Code leads the way. There is Groszek, Kadlecik, and Kadlecik is fighting Knego for the third place now. So look at the blue Hyundai Elantra NTCR of the Croatian driver trying to overtake the Czech driver Martin Kadlecik in the fight for the final spot on the podium. Still Kadlecik in the third place now, but there might be another chance for Žarko Knego. Most likely this is the second to last lap, so let's wait and see. Or I would say there are 2 more laps. Yes, there are 2 more laps. So here we are. This is the second to last lap. So there will be another chance for Knego, and also another chance for Kadlecik if he wants to fight with Groszek for the second place. Through the first chicane again, no chance for overtaking now, and Adam Code is doing a really great job. Already there is a gap between him and Groszek, and the gap is larger than 1 second, so Adam Code is being safe now. He leads the way, he leads the race, and he's coming for the checkered flag. He wants to win so badly after yesterday's disaster. Again, Martin Kadlecik is using the slipstream behind Bartosz Groszek, and he's going to try to overtake his teammate again, but not this time. He simply wasn't close enough to Groszek, who is doing really great defensive job now. He is keeping the inside line, so there is no space for the Czech driver. For the final chicane, last left corner, and here we are again on the main straight. Again, Kadlecik so close behind Groszek, and again he can take the advantage from the slipstream here, but I wouldn't say he is close enough for overtaking. So Groszek is still in P2, and this is the last lap of the race. So this is the final chance for Martin Kadlecik if he wants to fight Groszek for the second place. Time is up. Last lap of the race is here, and Kadlecik is now being closer if we compare it with the previous lap. So there might be a better chance for Martin Kadlecik, but Groszek is being quick here. Still a good job by Bartosz Groszek. The Polish driver is still in the second place. And again, good defensive line here. No space for Martin Kadlecik. No space left for the Czech teammate of the Polish driver. But here we are again on the main straight, and we are waiting for the checkered flag now. Adam Colt is here. He takes the checkered flag and he wins the second race here on Salzburgring. It's a redemption after yesterday's disaster. Adam Colt is victorious again. Last year he won both races here on Salzburgring. This year he won the second race of the weekend. Great job by Adam Colt, who is victorious again. So Adam Colt wins, Bartosz Groszek takes the second place, and Martin Kadlecik takes P3. Good job again by both drivers of Adidas Racing. So again, it's a double podium finish for Adidas Racing. Bartosz Groszek in P2, Martin Kadlecik in P3. Behind them it is Žarko Knego, the Croatian driver, finishing the race in P4. Ivar Svalers from Latvia, another Audi RS3 LMS TCR, finishing the race in P5. Petr Cížek in P6 this time. Good news for the Czech driver. Yesterday he made a mistake, he spun out, and he was forced to retire. So this time, much better race for Petr Cížek, finishing in P6. Behind Petr Cížek, it is Jiří Zbožínek in P7. So after all, Jiří Zbožínek managed to overtake Petr Semerat, who finished the race in P8 behind the wheel of his Cupra Leon Competition TCR, entered by Express Auto Racing. Nice crowd here on the grandstands. Good atmosphere over the whole weekend here on Salzburgring, and again we saw a really nice race of TCR Eastern Europe. So this was the final race of the TCR Eastern Europe here on Salzburgring. The second weekend of the season is done and dusted, and here are the final results. One more time, Adam Colt wins the race ahead of Bartosz Groszek and Martin Kadlecik. Double podium finish for Adetis Racing. Double podium finish for Audi RS3 LMS TCR. So nice result for the team. Žarko Knego, the second best Hyundai Elantra and TCR, finishing the race in P4. Very good result for the Croatian driver, and the best result of the season, I believe, for Žarko. Or it's a second, fourth place in a row actually. So yesterday in P4 and today in P4 again. So double P4 finish for the Croatian driver here on Salzburgring, and good weekend for the Croatian, because if we take a look back on a Red Bull Ring, if we take a look back at the season opener, it was P5 and then a retirement in the second race for Knego. So this time on Salzburgring it was much better for the Croatian driver racing for Auto Club Dubrovnik. Double P4 finish, it's really good for Žarko, so congratulations, and also I'm happy for all the Croatian fans joining us live on the live stream here on YouTube. So I believe you also must be delighted with this great result done by your Croatian hero. And this was the final Austrian race of the season and the TCR Eastern Europe schedule. Next time we're gonna see each other in the Czech Republic on the July the 27th. There will be another two races, race number 5 and race number 6 of the 2025 season, and that will be the halfway of the season. In August we will move on to Slovakia, another two races on Slovakia Ring near to Orechová Potoň in Slovakia. Then we're gonna have another two races in Brno on 7th September, race number 9 and race number 10, and then only the big season final, 11th and 12th race in Hungary, the 28th of September, the great final showdown on the new Balaton Park circuit, really close to the Balaton Lake. So another great venue for racing. So I believe it will be an exciting fight for the championship title here in TCR Eastern Europe to the very last race of the season. And we will be crowning our 7th champion actually. In 2019, the first ever TCR Eastern Europe champion, it was the Serbian driver Milovan Vesnic. In 2020, his fellow country companion Dusan Borkovic. In 2021, the first Czech champion Michal Makeš. In 2022, Bartosz Groszek, of course, we know him very well. He finished the race in P2 just a few moments ago. And then it was the reign and the rule of the Slovakian hero Matej Homola, who won the championship twice in 2023 and also last year. So we are looking for a new champion this time, and of course Adam Colt is a huge favorite for taking the championship title, but you just never know what's going to happen in the races to come. As we saw yesterday, everything is possible in TCR racing in general. Yesterday it was a disaster for Adam Colt. Today he was untouchable up in the front, and he took a commanding victory. But there will be others, of course. And again, it's a great shame for Giacomo Germandi.
He was so quick again. Definitely he would be in the podium fight to the very last corner of the very last lap, but unfortunately for him, he went out of the racetrack into the gravel zone and crashed into the tire barrier, so he was the only one who retired. A weekend to forget for Giacomo Germandi, unfortunately, for this nice Italian guy. Greetings also to Italy, greetings to all Italian fans joining us live on the YouTube stream, and I believe that Giacomo will have another chance to fight. Again, I must say it was a great weekend on the Red Bull Ring for Giacomo, because he won the second race there, and before the championship moved to Salzburgring, he was second in the standings. So definitely Giacomo Germandi has the pace, and I truly believe he will be back in Most. He will be back on Slovakia Ring. He will be quick in Brno and also on Balaton Park. So I'm excited to see more close battles between Germandi and the other drivers, between him and Colt, Kadlecki, Groszek and the others. It truly will be a good season of proper racing, I'm sure of it. So we are waiting for the podium ceremony after the final race of the TCR Eastern Europe here on Salzburgring. And just as yesterday, we're gonna listen to the Czech national anthem. Yesterday it was played for Martin Kadlecki, and today we're gonna hear it because of the great drive showed by Adam Coate. It's a redemption for Hyundai Ioniq Motorsport. Yesterday it was a really bad day for the whole squad, not only in TCR Eastern Europe but also in Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship. We saw David Gorczyca crashing out in Formula 4 first race. We saw Adam Coate crashing in the first race of the TCRs, but this time it's much better for Hyundai Ioniq Motorsport. And here we have the winner. Unfortunately this time we don't have Václav Janík himself, because he is racing in a hill climbing championship in Ecce in the Czech Republic. So it's without a team boss. But now listen to the Czech national anthem. Czech national anthem for the winning driver Adam Coate, and the trophies are being presented again by Mr. Krenek, the head of the promoters group. So many congratulations to our top 3 drivers, and also congratulations to the winning team representative Hyundai Ioniq Motorsport, and also greetings to Český Šternberg, where Václav Janík is taking a part in Ecce in one of the most famous Czech hill climbing races. Oh, a bit too soon with the champagne, but never mind. It will be a great show with the champagne shower on the podium. I truly believe it. I always feel sorry for the photographers and cameramen on the podium, because it's very tough for them to run away from the champagne. Yes, let's have a picture together to memorize this great moment. And I believe now it's the time for the champagne. Oh yes, proper champagne shower here on the podium. So moments of joy for Adam Coate, who is still leading the championship after this race weekend. So great job by the Czech driver here on Salzburgring, and make sure you're going to be joining us also for the another 2 races on Most Circuit at the end of July. Have a nice Sunday. Thank you very much.
Everybody in their grid positions. The green flag is now in the air.
Oh no, Germán, he makes a mistake! It's a free wide! It's a free wide here on Salzburgring. This is absolutely unbelievable!
Drift-Show par excellence. Jetzt geht's los hier. Jetzt wird Gummi gelassen hier am Salzburgring. Und da muss es laut werden, Leute, wenn die bei euch vorbeikommen. G-Drift Performance hier genauso mit dabei wie Grimm Motorsport mit Maxi und Peter mit den E46ern. Dann haben wir die All Black Everything Drift Partie mit Peter Brolli. Volten Motorsport mit dem Olli Volten mit dem World PS stärksten Gerät hier. 850 PS werden wir dann sehen im E92er BMW Blau-Gelb. Anfahrt, wie gesagt, Fahrerlagerkurve. Und dann geht's hier ab. Schönes Battle werden wir jetzt in Kürze sehen. Jetzt geht's los hier. Ja, positionieren Sie sich jetzt einmal hinter der Tribüne. Sind Sie schon auf dem Weg zur Anfahrt? Drift auslösen mit weit über 100 Stundenkilometer. Dann durchziehen. Da braucht man schon, wie sagt der Mexikaner, Cojones, um das auch hier richtig schön zu machen. Jawohl, da haben wir das nächste Battle im S. Herrlich anzuschauen. Die lassen es richtig fliegen im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Da bleibt Gummi auf der Strecke. Oh, die Hände sind viel zu wenig, Leute. Das muss lauter werden. Olli Volten haben wir jetzt gerade gesehen, eben mit dem 850 PS starken E92er BMW. Natürlich hier allerfeinstes an Material verbaut, um auch diese Kräfte auf die Hinterachse zu bringen. Dementsprechend auch viel Taktik bei diesen Drift Battles. Da geht es ums, wenn sie gejudged werden, natürlich auch hier unfassbar um wenige Zentimeter wird da gefightet entlang der Leitschienen. Da gibt es sogenannte Drift Boxes, die man treffen muss. Heute und hier reine Show. Leute, lasst es euch gut gehen, da kommen die nächsten runter. Fahrerlagerkurve, Highspeed Drift, langgezogene Rechtskurve, dann herein ins wunderbare S. Jawohl, das sind wunderbare Driftwinkel hier. Alles natürlich Spezialbauten. Vorne sind die Lenkeinschläge umgebaut worden, damit sie auch diese hochgradigen Drifts wunderbar absolvieren können. Herrliche Show hier. So, Cooldown-Lap jetzt hier immer wieder notwendig, denn auf dieses kurze Stück wird natürlich alles richtig gefordert. Egal, ob das die Differentiale sind, die Achsschenkel, die Achsen und natürlich Räder. Ein großes Thema. Was mache ich drauf? Wie stelle ich Spursturz ein? Und man sieht schon, die können ja auch kaum gerade fahren, weil eben die Fahrwerkseinstellungen nur auf quer ausgelegt sind und nicht auf geradeaus fahren, das mögen sie gar nicht eigentlich, aber jetzt in diesem Falle gibt es natürlich eine wunderbare Drift-Show, die wir hier sehen werden. Wunderschön. Markus Denk und Günther Denk haben wir da jetzt gerade gesehen mit den beiden blauen BMW. Markus einen E46 mit ca. 450 PS, Günther Denk mit dem E36 mit gnadenlosen 600 Pferdestärken. So, Maxi Grimm und Peter Grimm. Der Maxi mit einem 620 PS starken E46 und der Peter mit einem 530 PS starken. Da vorne Olli Walton wieder hier auch im Dreierpaket mit dabei, der blau-gelbe und bunte eigentlich, E92er BMW mit 850 Pferdestärken. Und da kommen sie zu dritt durch unsere Schikane, angeflogen bei euch vorbei. Jawohl! So viel Platz sind sie fast nicht gewohnt, aber gedriftet wird auf vielen Rennstrecken, so zum Beispiel auch Hockenheimring im Rahmen der Europameisterschaften, ganz starke Pässe. Da sind auch viele japanische Modelle dabei, die wir heute und hier eigentlich gar nicht sehen. Da haben wir alles BMWs für euch vorbereitet. Und da sind wir natürlich sonst auch mit Supras etc. unterwegs, mit fast 1000 PS teilweise, die da verbaut werden. Also richtig hochgetunte Motoren, um eben erstens einmal den Vorwärtstrieb zu haben, andererseits natürlich auch hier die Power, die wir unbedingt brauchen. Karl Schrauber sehen wir jetzt gerade mal auf unserer Video Übertragung ein E30 mit V10 Motor, 500 PS da drinnen. Der kommt jetzt hier runter. Verzichtet hier auf die Motorabdeckung, um eben dem Motor auch richtig Frischluft zu gönnen. Rollt aber hier nur durch. Der nächste Pilot. So, da gibt es einmal Burnout für euch vor der Tribüne. Leute, wo sind die Hände? Gamer! Anfeuern! Jawohl, da gibt's die Donuts. So, unser Karl Schaber mit dem türkisen E30 V10 ist hier also unterwegs. Max, herzlich willkommen. Kommt gerade recht, das ist ein Wahnsinn. Wir zwei stürzen uns hin und her von der Bühne hier rauf zum Adlerhorst und dann wieder zurück. Max, es ist schon eine wunderbare Show, die hier geboten wird. Und allein, wenn ich hier die paar Autos zusammenzähle, wie viele Tausende von PS da auf einmal unterwegs sind hier am Salzburgring. Was macht das Driften so schön?
Dieser stabile, instabile Fahrzustand, ja, das ist so das an Messerschneide, kurz vorm Abfliegen, aber ganz laut und ganz intensiv.
Im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes, nicht nur fürs Auge, sondern auch für die Nase in dem Fall, weil da kommt ja viel an verbranntem Gummi hier bei uns vorbei und damit werden wir uns schon langsam konzentrieren auf die Viertelmeile, weil unser Vorausfahrzeug sich hier schon einparkt. Das heißt, Driftshow war es das jetzt einmal und dann konzentrieren wir uns auf die Viertelmeile-Rennen, die hier in Kürze stattfinden werden. Unsere großartigen, sage ich jetzt einmal, Verantwortlichen für die Viertelmeile sind jetzt schon da vor Ort. Und du warst ja gestern schon da, Max. Wie war es denn gestern?
Großartig, genauso wie es letztes Jahr auch schon großartig war. Jetzt in der dritten Auflage der Motortag, also der Alex und der Mario, die haben da schon wirklich was Feines auf die Beine gestellt, natürlich mit ganz viel Mann- und Frauenunterstützung, also auch ein großer Applaus für das Team, dass das alles so reibungslos über die Bühne bringen lässt. Wir haben jetzt gehört, viele PS, aber wir haben auch auf der Mainstage gestern und heute viele Interviews gehabt und ist es total spannend, wenn man die Rennerfahrung der Herren zusammenzählt, da kommen wir schon in die Jahrhunderte. Wir haben gestern und heute zum Beispiel mit dem Prinz Leopold von Bayern plaudern dürfen, der 60 Jahre Renneinsatz am Buckel hat, glaubt man gar nicht. Also ist schon spannend, dass Motorsport nicht nur verbindet, sondern offensichtlich auch jung hält. Die Vergleichsfahrt, sprich Viertelmeile, startet gleich. Hier oben vom Ringturm haben wir wirklich eine schöne Aussicht und können die Vielfalt der Fahrzeuge sehen. Golf, Mercedes, Buggy, Hyundai, Tesla, alles dabei. Gestern hat ja auch schon eine Vergleichsfahrt stattgefunden. Ich würde sagen, nicht mit einem Sleeper, der absolut alles weggeschallert hat. War immerhin ein RS3, aber dass er so gut abliefert und performt, damit haben wir nicht gerechnet. Peter, was glaubst du, wird uns heute um die Ohren fahren? Welches Fahrzeug?
Das ist eine sehr, sehr gute Frage. Wenn ich da jetzt so runterschaue, ich kenne den Käfer schon vom Vorjahr, den haben wir schon gehabt, allerdings sind da so ein Golf im Schafspelz, der da auch unterwegs ist, also da bin ich auch neugierig drauf. Es ist jetzt momentan schwer zu sagen. Beim Porsche natürlich jetzt hier braucht er eigentlich den vollen Grip auf der Hinterachse, perfekt gebaut, natürlich ein Motor über der Hinterachse drauf. Da ist natürlich Porsche auch ein Arbeitsgerät, das sich hier wunderbar beschleunigen lässt, sagen wir mal so. Aber jetzt, da kommen aus der Box noch ein paar raus, so schwarze Ungeheuer. Also das, es ist schwer zu sagen. Da hast du jetzt momentan natürlich den Vorteil, dass du gestern dabei warst. Ich lasse mich überraschen. Ich glaube, so wie viele unserer Fans auch, wer denn hier richtig, richtig Gas geben wird und Gas geben kann.
Ich stelle mir die Frage, ob die zwei S-Klassen selbst fahren oder ob die mit einem Chauffeur gefahren werden und hinten möglicherweise eine Flasche Mött köpfen. Wir haben sogar einen Lamborghini wieder dabei. Letztes Jahr hatten wir auch einen Ferrari SF90, das Hybridmonster dabei. Letztes Jahr war auch ein Twin-Turbo Lamborghini mit dabei. Den haben wir gestern, glaube ich, schon gesehen. Die Frage, ob der heute auch mitfährt. Es bleibt auf alle Fälle spannend. Spannend ist, dass auch dieses Jahr wieder einige Tesla-Modelle mit von der Partie sind, die ja leistungsmäßig nie enttäuscht haben, also von Drehmoment per Null weg und natürlich Grip immer sehr, sehr ordentliche Zeiten in den Asphalt gebrannt haben. Da ist auch ganz wilde Umbauten, die jetzt gleich in die Boxengasse einfahren. Einmal ein Model 3 und einmal ein Model S, wenn ich es richtig sehe, in breit. Also das sieht man schon durchaus selten. Also Elektromobilität ist sicherlich ein stark diskutiertes Thema. Du, Peter, bist ja ein absoluter Motorsportprofi. Wie stehst denn du zum Thema Elektromobilität im Motorsport?
Es hat alles seine Berechtigung, sage ich jetzt einmal. Also, aber man sieht es auch aus der Rallye heraus, da gibt es den Opel OPC Cup, zum Beispiel den Elektro Cup, mit dem seit mittlerweile das vierte Saison jetzt schon gefahren wird. Und die sind zuverlässig, aber es ist halt der Unterschied jetzt zu einem hörbaren Motor, der ist ja grausam als Motorsportfan. Aber ich glaube, es hat Zukunft. Also es wird durchaus so sein, dass auch auf Rundstrecke mal irgendwas mit Elektro daherkommen wird, irgendein Cup, was auch immer. Warum nicht? Schauen wir es uns einmal an, was passiert.
Schauen wir, was wird. Was wir dann gestern festgestellt haben, weil wir haben da natürlich über das Thema Elektromobilität, auch E-Fuel miteinander geplaudert und ein verbindendes oder zwei verbindende Elemente haben wir gefunden. Also Treibstoff verbindet uns natürlich alle, vielleicht nicht den Elektrofahrer, aber der Schmierstoff. Weil die Radlager, wir müssen zumindest einmal geschmiert werden.
So schaut's aus und auch da gibt es jetzt mittlerweile auch wunderbare Arten und Vielfalt. Fuchs, Silkolene ist zum Beispiel auch hier mit dem Markus Collins, der kann euch beraten. Wir haben heute bereits in der Früh, war ich bei ihm, bei Markus, kommt eine junge Dame daher aus Deutschland und sagt, du, ihr habt ja dieses Biogetriebeöl. Sagt der Markus, ja, für was brauchst du das? Ja, Stockcar fährt sie in Deutschland und dann sagt der Markus, ihr braucht ja Differential- oder Getriebeöl dann wahrscheinlich auch. Ne? Na, das ist noch nicht vorgesehen, also nur Motoröl einmal Bio. Und man hat gedacht, okay, ist vielleicht nicht ganz fertig gedacht vom Reglement her, weil wenn ich schon tausche, dann mache ich alles Bio und habe damit kein Problem, wenn mal das Getriebe zerfetzt wird, was auch immer, dann rinnt halt kein normales Getriebeöl raus, sondern essbares sozusagen.
Für die Pommes im zweiten Anlauf und im dritten Anlauf, wir haben ja auch ein paar alte Mercedes da stehen, auch vom Marder-Jagdverein einen schönen 123er Mercedes, möglicherweise Diesel und der fährt auch dann mit dem Frittenfett, also eine Dreifachverwendung quasi.
Es riecht dann ein bisschen nach Pommes, wenn er bei euch vorbeikommt bei der Tribüne, aber ich muss zum Marder-Jagdverein noch was sagen, die haben ja vorige Woche ihr großes Rell-Salat-Setzen gehabt. Also wenn ihr das einmal liest, in den Social Media sind sie richtig fett dabei, fährt dahin. Was da abgeht, das kann man sich auch nicht vorstellen. Das ist so eine coole Community, die da gebaut wurde und die funktioniert.
Ja, und das Lustige ist, weil du sagst Community, wir haben jetzt, sage ich mal, vom altehrwürdigen Rennfahrer bis hin zu den Jüngsten. Wir haben gestern auch den Christian vom Rallye-Team Klausner am Podest gehabt, also ein 9-jähriger Bursche. Es ist echt schön, dass wir jetzt schon im dritten Jahr wirklich alt bis jung, erfahren bis nicht so erfahren, alle zusammenbringen und dem Thema gemeinsam frönen.
Ja, und ich finde auch diese Mischung, die hier geboten wird beim Motortag, die ist halt wirklich einzigartig. Man findet, also jede Motorsportseele findet da was ihm ganz gut taugt und hat dazu die Möglichkeit, was Neues zu entdecken und vielleicht auch Liebe zu entdecken. Und jetzt schauen wir mal raus, was wir entdecken.
Startaufstellung wird eingenommen, das heißt, dürfte sich nur noch um wenige Momente handeln.
Wie cool ist das denn? BMW-Start weniger, aber zum Schluss hat er richtig aufhören können, die S-Klasse. Man muss schon sagen, Gewichtsunterschied ist da halt auch grob, oder? Also, also Hut ab vor der S-Klasse, da sind über 2 Tonnen unterwegs, die einmal bewegt werden müssen. Es ist ja die Viertelmeile, also wir fahren über 401 Meter, allerdings ohne irgendwelche Zeitnahmen oder Reaktionszeitenmessungen. Die gibt es ja beim normalen Tracksport, ja. Ist ja die Startampel, die quasi, wenn man in diese Startbox reinkommt mit einem Lichtschranken, schaltet man dann quasi die Ampel frei und dann geht es blitzartig los. Jetzt haben wir eine wunderbare junge Dame, die da das Startsignal gibt und oh, schau, der Golf ist sensationell natürlich hier. Wenn man hinten schon den Bremsfallschirm sieht, da weiß man schon, da ist einiges an Kapazunder unter der Motorhaube drinnen und da hat der Gegner jetzt hier momentan überhaupt keine Chance gehabt. Aber wunderschön anzuschauen. Diese Vergleichsfahrten sind echt cool, muss man sagen. Über die Viertelmeile. Einfach Beschleunigungsrennen. Ja, und hier kann man es machen. Das ist ja auch so eine tolle Geschichte, dass man hier als Normalsterblicher mitfahren kann, auf die Rennstrecke kommen kann. Und das ist auch eine wunderbare Sache, die wir eigentlich auch rausposaunen müssen. Leute, weg von der Straße als Rennplatz. Den Platz haben wir nicht auf der Straße. Macht's das bei solchen Veranstaltungen. Fährt's damit. Schöne Vergleich auch hier zwischen Japan und Deutschland. Sehr cool. Also noch einmal, es sind ja so viele junge Menschen da, die gerade einmal den Führerschein machen. Die juckt's natürlich auch, logischerweise. Der will einmal die Sau rauslassen. Aber macht's das nicht auf der Straße, auf der öffentlichen Straße, sondern geht's hin zu Autoslalomclubs. Fangt's einmal an, hier irgendwo euch zu beweisen. Warum nicht? Muss ja nicht auf der Straße sein. Oh, okay. Sehr serienmäßig, sagen wir jetzt einmal. Hyundai i30 gegen Golf. Ja, genau. So, jetzt sind wir gespannt. Das ist mein Golf im Schafpelz. Schauen wir mal, was der jetzt auch hier zeigen wird. So, ready to go und los geht's. Boah, der Start war schon cool. Unfassbar, schaut euch das an, Leute. Wie da geht's ab hier. Ja, der Touring BMW natürlich, das ist ja ganz klar. Also wir schauen, dass wir da eine gute Mischung. Aber die Schlange wird nicht kleiner. Schaut euch das an, was da kommt hier.
Das war jetzt auch M5 Touring von Schäfchen pilotiert. Einer Influencer-Größe. M3 Touring Competition gegen S-Klasse. Ja, kann man machen. Funktioniert schon. Also S-Klasse als Universaltool, zumindest auf der Geraden schnell in der Kurve, möglicherweise tragt er dann das Glasl Moet aus der Kurve. Nächstes Duell steht auch schon an, diesmal mit einem wild modifizierten Tesla. Model S Plaid als Basis. Gegen den aktuellen M5, wahrscheinlich auch aus dem Autohaus Göndle, die auch heute hier ganz stark vertreten sind und die neuesten BMW-Modelle immer am Hof haben. Und das Peter ist, glaube ich, ein Drifter, oder? Der gegen den Tesla fährt. Er hält Stand, jawohl. Schön. Viertelmeile Gleichmäßigkeitsfahrt hier heute am Motortag. Keine Zeitnahme, aber die Ergebnisse sind ohnehin ersichtlich, hörbar und je nach dem Wheelspin auch tatsächlich mit der Nase wahrnehmbar. Für alle Sinne. Für alle Sinne, genau so ist es. E36 am Start. Gegen E30. Sehr, sehr schön. Ja, wenn man sagt, wie ist das gestern passiert? Ich habe gestern gesagt, naja, so ein 20 Jahre alter Porsche oder 20 Jahre alter BMW, da denkt man an Modellreihe E30 oder E36, dabei sind die ja schon 30, 40 Jahre alt.
Ja, mittlerweile ja. Also man schreckt sich direkt, wie alt man selber wird, wenn man das miterlebt. So, Lambo gegen BMW. Ja, M3 Touring. Haben wir voriges auch so gesehen, dass der Lambo nicht so Beschleunigungsmonster ist, wie er eigentlich dann fahren kann, logischerweise. Und zurückzukommen eben zu den Unterschieden. Ich finde, das ist nachhaltig. Ja, wenn ich da jetzt 30, 40 Jahre alte Autos noch so im Betrieb sehe und die wirklich funktionieren, das ist Nachhaltigkeit. Nicht? Müssen wir nicht über alles andere reden, das dann noch auf uns zukommt. So, Porsche mit Traktionsproblemen offenbar sogar, aber jetzt hat er sich im Griff und der offene Caterhang, ja, genau. Das war sehr ausgeglichen jetzt, muss man sagen. Er hat das Gewichtsvorteil vom Lotus, logischerweise, also da geht es mit wenig Kilo. So, jetzt unser Monster Buggy Käfer. Jetzt bin ich neugierig. Hat neben ihm auch ein Monster stehen. So, jetzt einmal direkter Vergleich. Wow, das ist ja cool. Ah, Käfer hat da Probleme. Ja.
Also solange beim Dodge die Reifen durchgehen, solange kann der Käfer mithalten, aber dann ist ganz schnell vorbei. Im Baja-Buggy-Style mit dem ganz berühmten Schnorchel oben. Viele von uns, mir eingeschlossen, kennen es vielleicht so als 1:10 der Mia-Spielzeug, aber lustig, sowas in echt zu sehen. Und hier wieder die Drifter.
Ja, da haben wir die schwarz-rot-grauen, nämlich mit Maxi und Peter Grimm. Ja, Maxi Grimm hat halt ein bisschen den stärkeren ausgefasst heute mit 620 PS und Peter nur 530. Das sind aber 90 PS, die man jetzt ganz klar gesehen hat. Also das sind diese 90 PS, die dem Peter gefehlt haben auf den Maxi. Ich sage jetzt einmal blaues Duell, weil da eben zwei blaue Fahrzeuge gerade da sind, aber ich glaube, das ist auch einer unserer Drifter hier mit dabei. 46er gegen Tesla Y. Auch schön, also Tesla kann man schon schön herrichten auch, gell? Das ist schon richtig cool. So, da fehlt ein Gegner. Das ist Godzilla. Oh, GTA. Ja, jetzt wird es auch interessant. Wen kriegt er? Den Golf. Sehr fein. Ja, das wird jetzt auch interessant und spannend, auf jeden Fall. So, das sind zwei Monster jetzt.
Beides Allrad, beides Sechszylinder, beide Turbo aufgeladen, aber doch gänzlich anders. Da müssen wir dann so eine Minute der Stille einhalten, weil der Spruch ist einfach genial. Also einmal Nissan Sechszylinder und VS6-Basis beim HSD, auch ein sehr bekanntes Auto in der Szene, da gibt es auf die Ohren. S-Klasse beißt sich ordentlich weg. Golf R32, auch nicht mehr ganz original, hat man gestern auch bei der Bühne. Black Duell. Influencer Duell, das ist einmal Schäfchen gegen den Scherbinator. Aber mir scheint, als ob die eher sich die Champagnerflaschen rüberreichen wollen, so gleich auf, wie die gefahren sind. Und hier wieder ein Drifter gegen, was ist das? Ist das der Hyundai? Ich glaube. Hyundai hat ja auch in den letzten Jahren massiv aufgerüstet mit den N-Modellen, die ja auch oftmals am Nürburgring mit- oder weiterentwickelt worden sind. Und der Drifter gibt Gas.
Oli Walton.
Hyundai schlägt sich tapfer, 2 Liter Vierzylinder, auch ab 280 PS die Teile. Und ein BMW-Duell. Das war einmal der M3 Touring, oder? Und M5, glaube ich. Da wird eine Markierung gelegt, sehr gut. Diese neuen BMW 5er Modelle oder M5 sind ja wahnsinnig schwer, waren da auch durchaus in der Presse ein bisschen verrissen worden, weil sie ungefähr so schwer sind wie ein Einfamilienhaus, aber performen. M3 Touring gegen Golf 5. M3 Touring in der Competition-Variante ist, glaube ich, so das Auto, was sich so jeder Papa wünscht, glaube ich. Kann alles, tut alles.
Macht Spaß. Und ist ein Daily Pitch.
Peter, deine Worte, um Gottes Willen. Und hier wieder dein Liebling, der Golf im Schafspelz gegen das Modell Plate. Das erinnert mich an die Rollin 402, das Event in Dobersberg, was es letztes Jahr gegeben hat und auch dieses Jahr wieder geben wird. Ein Tag, wirklich Viertelmeile in Reinform, wo genau diese Fahrzeuge wieder starten werden. Wir haben jetzt der Lotus Super 7 oder Caterham, also dieses Leichtbaukonzept, Frontmotor, Heckantrieb. Oh, da rutscht er. Da ist er ganz frech und winkt dem Sieg entgegen. Da sieht man auch wieder, Peter, was du gesagt hast, Gewicht sticht oftmals Leistung. Das ist schon faszinierend. Du als alter Motorsport-Experte, wie empfindest du die Entwicklung von den Autos, die immer schwerer werden?
Ist im Prinzip nur wettzumachen mit mehr Kraft, also mit mehr Drehmoment, mit mehr Power, und dementsprechend sind die Autos nicht nur größer, sondern auch immer wieder stärker. Und da hat der Start jetzt eine wunderbare Lücke geschlossen, wo er sagt, okay, wenn ihr Free PS habt, dann zahlt es einfach mehr. Und deswegen danke für die Nova, wir lieben sie.
Naja, nicht nur das, gell? Naja, man könnte sagen, zweimal Käfer gegeneinander. Käfer der Neuzeit, Käfer im Originalzustand quasi. Ja, auch hier wieder, solange die Reifen durchdrehen, kann unser Bayer Buggy mithalten. Jawohl, da wird schon der zweite Gang ausgedreht.
Das war einmal schalten bis jetzt, glaube ich, beim Käfer. Mir ist nicht gegangen.
Und die nächste Startaufstellung ist wieder da. Deutschland gegen USA, oder?
Ja, BMW gegen Dodge.
Hellcat. Höllisches Teil. Die Hellcats in den unterschiedlichsten Ausbaustufen bis zum Red Eye mit weit über 700 PS Factory, also kannst du so kaufen. Eigentlich unglaublich, sind in den USA sehr verbreitet, weil einfach wahnsinnig gutes Preis-Leistungs-Verhältnis. Diesmal der Tesla vorne. Es ist tatsächlich schade, dass diese Charger- und Challenger-Modelle doch relativ selten bei uns zu sehen sind. Peter, wie siehst denn du den amerikanischen Fahrzeugmarkt auch im Motorsport? Gibt es da Modelle, die auch bei den europäischen Serien mit dabei sind?
Eigentlich sehr, sehr wenig bis gar nichts. Also wenn man jetzt zum Beispiel in die Rallye-Weltmeisterschaft schaut, gar nicht. Tourenwagen ein bisschen, ganz wenig, ab und zu in den Serien, je nachdem, wo man mitfährt. Aber ansonsten so normale Serien eigentlich kaum amerikanisch. Also mein Wunsch wäre jetzt einmal diese Vergleichsfahrt zwischen den beiden Golfs. Das wäre mal cool, wenn wir die da mal vielleicht zusammenstellen könnten. In der Zwischenzeit, wir wechseln dauernd die Startfrauen. Warum? Jetzt haben wir wieder zurückgetauscht. Die teilen sich den Job. So, Olli Walton probiert es wieder mit 850 Pferdestärken in seinem E92 gegen einen auch sehr starken Golf, wie man sieht. Aber jetzt kommt der Olli Walton, ja. Ein kurzer Augenblick der Freude im Golf-Chassis, aber dann war der Olli Walton. Ach, das ist auch kein Vergleich im Prinzip. Also das sind ja das Doppelte mehr Pferdestärken, die da verbaut sind. Zwar heckbetrieben, man hat es gesehen, vom Startweg kommt der Frontkratzer wesentlich besser weg als der heckbetriebene BMW. So, damit sind wir wieder bei BMW gelandet, zweimal wieder. Und werden jetzt den Mercedes zuschauen. wie er das jetzt schafft. Schau wieder. Interessant, oder? Das geht schon richtig fett vorwärts. Das wäre ein schöner Limousinenvergleich jetzt hier. Wunderschön. So, Lambo ist wieder da. So, ich glaube, da sitzt Schäfchen wieder im BMW. Der hat uns voriges Jahr Freude bereitet mit einem Supra, mit einem weißen, glaube ich, war er da voriges Jahr. Hallo, Lambo. Chefin sagt, wo ist er? Was tut er? So, da wird der nächste vorgezogen. Vielleicht hat ihm der Gegner jetzt nicht geschmeckt, dem Lambo. Warum auch immer. So, aber normalerweise startet unsere Profi-Startfahrt nur dann, wenn die Daumen oben sind, also wenn die beiden bereit sind. Cool, das war Frühstart von beiden. Ja. Also das war jetzt ein Gelblichtstart sozusagen. So, jetzt Erfolgserlebnis für den Lambo. Ja, 10 Zylinder sind halt doch eine Menge an Material, 12 sogar, die da zu bewegen sind, bis sie mal in Rotation kommen quasi. Da tun sich die Motoren mit 6 und 4 Zylindern, die wir auch dabei haben, wesentlich leichter. So, gehen wir sonst die nächste Partie hier. Ja, er zieht richtig weg. Gell? Also das, was du gesagt hast, Max, das stimmt schon richtig. Also das macht Spaß, schon beim Zuschauen. Also das ist schon richtig, richtig cool. Und wenn man mit dem dann so ein bisschen auf Porsche-Jagd gehen kann, so ein bisschen so Ampelstarts, stelle ich mir gut vor. Familie drinnen, hinten 2 Kids, die Juhu schreien. So, was mich beim Porsche immer wundert, ist diese Schlenker. Jetzt, na wieder, schau. Interessant, da hat er natürlich die elektronischen Helferlein. Jetzt wäre es natürlich interessant, wie weit man die tatsächlich noch rausbringt, weil die neuen Modelle halt, die lassen halt nichts mehr quasi zu, dass man es komplett wegschaltet, die ganzen ESP-Funktionen. Man hat immer so den letzten Sicherheitsanker, den programmieren die Ingenieure, bevor sie es rauslassen, einfach noch als Background, als Anker hinein.
Also ich kann mich erinnern, ich habe mal einen Smart gehabt der ersten Baureihe und da musstest du das Relais vom ESP rausnehmen, damit du im Winter ein bisschen driften konntest.
Und wehe, mit einem Smart holt dich das Heck ein, weil dann bist du wie ein Kreisel. Ja, das war richtig cool. Ich kenne das auch. Ja. Und er greift ja sofort ein. Das ist ja unfassbar. Und dann holt er dich mit 64 PS, glaube ich, haben die ersten gehabt. Und 750 Kilo oder 800 Kilo so knapp. Es war spaßig zu fahren, aber sobald das ESP geregelt hat, bist du gestanden, weil das hat dich niedergebremst. So, Golf. Gegen E30. Na, allein. Vielleicht gibt er den Golf einen Vorsprung. Das wäre jetzt verwegen. Ich wünsche mir die 2 Golfs zusammen, Leute. Vielleicht hört es uns. Vielleicht können wir die wirklich einmal miteinander, gegeneinander lassen. Wie schaut denn unser Zeitfenster überhaupt aus? Es geht sich noch aus. Überhaupt kein Stress. Was jetzt angekündigt ist, freut mich auch schon. Du kennst die Porsche 935 schon. Das sind ja nicht nur einer, ist nicht nur, sondern das sind mehrere bei dir.
So, das war gestern schon Schnappatmung, Herzkasperl und Fiebertraum, nämlich ganze 3 Stück der Neuauflage des 935 sind im Zelt vom Hans-Peter Porsche Traumwerk. Mit den Jungs haben wir auch vorher gerade geplaudert. Also eine absolute Empfehlung. Achtzylinder Kompressor liefert. Das funktioniert. Das ist wie wenn du eine Tüte Chips isst. Einfach immer nach. Geht. Mehr. Das ist knapp. R32 Biturbo, der sich kurz einmal ein bisschen hören hat lassen. Es ist schon wirklich faszinierend, wie viel Leistung aus diesen Motoren und speziell auch an diesen VR6-Motoren heutzutage möglich ist. Also schon seit 10, 15 Jahren, wo die Burschen da wirklich Gas geben. Wobei, du hast es erwähnt, da liegen es 850 PS an. Kann das sein? Motortag, es gibt auf die Ohren, es gibt auf die Augen natürlich. Und umso näher ihr bei der Boxengasse seht, gibt es auch ein bisschen was zum Riechen auf die Nase. Und wieder die zwei Drifter. Ich glaube, das ist gar nicht so einfach, die schnell vom Start wegzubekommen.
Weil die sind eigentlich gebaut dafür, dass sie quasi Geschwindigkeit aufbauen zuerst einmal und dann dieses Auslösen funktioniert dann entweder über den Lenkimpuls oder über die Fly-Off. Da wird also diese Instabilität quasi ausgelöst und da braucht man vorher Speed. Das heißt, die sind gar nicht darauf ausgelegt, hier schnell wegzukommen vom Start, sondern das passiert aus der Geschwindigkeit.
Es ist toll, die Konzepte auch live miterleben zu dürfen, eben mit dem Lamborghini gegen den Tesla 12-Zylinder Mittelmotor gegen Tesla mit 2 Motoren. Relativ neue Technik, wobei die Tesla Model S ja auch schon einige Jahre am Buckel haben. Jetzt ist der Lambo schön weggefahren, aber ich glaube, der fährt ein bisschen verhalten. Ich glaube, der will ein bisschen Sprit sparen.
Ja, 12 Zylinder schlucken halt ein bisschen, ne?
So wie es ausschaut, haben wir wieder ein Limousinenduell. Ich würde sagen, das war jetzt der Golf R32, der sich da hörbar gemacht hat. Was ja wirklich knifflig ist an den Mercedes-Modellen dieser Baureihe, dass du ja E-Klasse und S-Klasse wirklich schwierig, fast nicht unterscheiden kannst. So der kleine eineiige Bruder. Auf die Preisliste schauen, na gut, spätestens dann hast du ein Herzkasperl. GTR gegen Porsche Cup. Ein GTR im GT-Modus, also was richtig Seltenes, was man gar nicht so oft sieht, gegen den Cup Porsche. Stabile Leistung. In einem der Boxengassen habe ich den GTR gesehen, das heißt, den werden wir uns sicher nachher auch noch in aller Ruhe anschauen können.
So, ich glaube tatsächlich, jetzt wird hier abgebrochen, so schaut's aus, jawohl, rote Flagge ist draußen, rote Ampel ist draußen, das heißt, jetzt war's das mit dem Vergleichen. Noch einmal, wenn Sie bei euch vorbeikommen, riesen Applaus für unsere großartigen Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer. Super coole Geschichte, die uns hier gezeigt wurde, mit Driftern, mit PS-Monstern, von der Straße, von der Serie bis hin zum Spezialumbau. Unsere Driftjungs, die Grimm-Brüder, sind das der Maxi und der Peter, sind die Brüder, weißt du das zufällig? Gebrüder Grimm, es passt halt einfach. Also wir machen sie einfach zu den Gebrüdern Grimm. Maxi, wie gesagt, mit dem etwas stärkeren. Sieht man auch am Motorblock, wenn der Orange rausleuchtet, dann ist es der stärkere tatsächlich, der 620 PS Motor. Somit räumen wir hier wieder auf. So, den Golf müssen wir, glaube ich, noch einmal sagen, dass er das Geknalle sein lassen soll, weil die Lärmmessung sonst überbeansprucht wird. Wollen wir nicht. Wir wollen ja auch nächstes Jahr wieder fahren dürfen, können, mögen. So, gerade die Mitteilung von unserem Chef erhalten vom Alex. Ja. Alex hat gesagt, Leute, da bleiben, es gibt nämlich eine Motorrad-Stunt-Show. Motorrad-Stunt-Show jetzt gleich im Anschluss. Also bleibt, wo ihr seid. Noch keine Hotdogs, Burger oder was auch immer ihr euch jetzt reinziehen wollt. Blattet noch ein bisschen. Unsere Foodtrucks sind natürlich auch den ganzen Tag noch für euch da mit herrlichem Essen. Also wenn man da allein beim Gustieren läuft einem schon das Wasser aus den Mundwinkeln, weil es hier einfach so coole Geschichten gibt, so einfach neue Ideen des essbaren Vergnügens sozusagen. Es ist wirklich schön, also wenn ihr da dann rüber schaut. Aber jetzt, wie gesagt, Bühne frei für Motorradstunts. Schauen wir es uns an, was die Burschen machen und tun und überhaupt hierher zeigen. Jetzt schauen wir mal ganz runter. Ja, es ist der GT R, tatsächlich. Mich wundert es, dass der keine Traction Control hat. Er ist so weggerutscht von der Hinterachse, das ist eigentlich untypisch, aber vielleicht ist er ein guter Programmierer, der da drin sitzt. Wie auch immer. So, also jetzt Motorrad-Stunt-Show. jetzt geht's hier in der Gegenrichtung unterwegs. Da sind sie, unsere Motorradartisten. Natürlich alle im Wheelie, wie sich's gehört. Yeah! Motorrad-Stuntshow! Jetzt geht's los hier, meine Lieben. Also, lasst nichts anbrennen, Buben, und tut's euch nicht weh. Bleibt sitzen oder stehen oder was auch immer ihr wollt, aber bleibt auf dem Moped oben. Also, Motorrad-Stuntshow. Ja, die machen das nicht zum ersten Mal, wie man das jetzt sieht hier. Also, die ziehen hier ihre Show ab, meine Lieben. Genießen wir es einfach. Viel auf dem Hinterrad. Ja, Vorderrad ist teuer, wissen wir. Der vordere Reifen kostet wesentlich mehr wie der hintere, offenbar. Und darum wird der geschont. So, Max entschwindet wieder zu seiner Stammbühne hinüber ins Fahrerlager, dort, wo ihr alle Aussteller findet. Auch, und das ist natürlich auch ein Highlight hier beim Motortag am Salzburgring, wo man so viele verschiedene, unglaubliche Preziosen sieht und wirklich auch hautnah erleben kann, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Und fragt, bevor es die Türen aufmacht oder die Autos angreift, dann fragt mal kurz nach, ob das auch gewünscht wird, weil da sind schon auch Werte unterwegs, die da natürlich auch respektiert werden sollten. So, unsere Burschen da, die geben sich anständig, haben sich mittlerweile aufgeteilt. Teil davon ist in unserem S vor der Stadtzielgeraden und dann gibt es ja auch auf der Stadtzielgeraden wunderbares Walzertanzen, sehe ich da gerade auf einem Rad. Herrlich, jawohl. Let's Dance auf dem Salzburgring. Ja, Wheelies gehen offenbar auch mit einer Hand, haben wir gerade gesehen, von einem unserer großartigen Fahrer, die da unterwegs sind. Richtig coole Geschichte hier, jawohl. Also, die führen sich da noch ein Zeitlauf. Genießt es einfach, seid live mit dabei. Wenn ihr Hunger habt, ihr wisst, wo ihr hingehört, nämlich zu unseren Food Trucks drüben im Fahrerlager. Es ist einfach nur sensationell. Oh, da wird sogar der Asphalt kurz einmal berührt mit der linken Hand runter. Jawohl, geht sich alles aus. Oh, das ist schon sehr, sehr coole Motorrad-Stuntkunst, die wir hier sehen. So, und auch hier sehen wir das rote Licht der Ampel wieder aufleuchten. Das heißt, auch hier sind wir gleich wieder mal vorbei. Und damit geht es auch für unsere Jungs zurück ins Fahrerlager. Dankeschön euch. Riesenapplaus für unsere Stunt-Jungs auf den Motorrädern. Let's go!
flag is now in the signalling that everything is ready for the starting procedure to begin. He surprised everybody and he goes into the race lead. Fantastic start. So, there's a big crash. Around the outside and he takes the second place.
Hello race fans, for the third and final time this weekend. Here we are again in Austria on a magnificent racetrack called Salzburgring. And here we are on the starting grid again, just ahead of the final race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on the Salzburgring. And here we have the winner of the first and also of the second race, Max Karhan, racing for the Jensen Motorsport. The Czech driver is ready again to fight for the glory here on Salzburgring. This time Max Karhan will be starting from a P4, so it will be a bit more difficult for the Czech driver. But anyway, again, we do have top 4 places occupied by 4 Jensen Motorsport drivers, and this time it is Javier Herrera, the Mexican driver, starting from the pole position to the final race of the weekend. And I'm really curious what is going to happen in the final race, because again we have the best place car from the rest of the world here at P5 at the moment. So it will be again Andreas Labue racing for Mafia Racing, starting from the 5th place on the grid. Maybe we can do the final thoughts with Andreas. Andreas, just a quick word. How do you feel before the final race?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Had not the best race on the second one, so full focus and yeah, just want to do better.
Okay, Andreas, thank you very much. Keep fingers crossed for you. So this is our newcomer, Andreas Labue, starting the race from P5 now. He finished the second race in P8, and it really wasn't the result he hoped for in the second race. So definitely he hopes for better now. And again, we have another strong 2 cars here. The cars of local team Renauer Motorsport, so the Austrian racing squad, this time with this time with Simon Schranz starting over there from the 6th place, and here with number 6 it is Hade Mimasi starting from the 7th place. So we will be also focused on the home Austrian team racing on the home soil. So the final race of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on Salzburgring will be starting in a few moments, and please make sure you are joining us live here on YouTube. So we are starting in a few moments. Thank you very much.
Hello race fans, again welcome to Austria. Here we are for the final time this weekend on Salzburgring, and we are getting ready for the final race of the weekend of the FIA Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship here on this beautiful Alpine racetrack hidden in the narrow Alpine Valley. The place where you can watch racing from the Alpine Hills. It's very unique actually, so you should visit at last once in your life if you are a true racing fan, and I believe you are. So, and we have the starting grid ready again for the final race of the weekend, and again top 4 places occupied by 4 Jense Motorsport drivers. Front row, starting from the pole position, is the Mexican driver Javier Herrera. Alongside him, his fellow Mexican companion Nicolas Cortez. We have the green flag, and let's get ready. We are racing for the final time here on Salzburgring. It's the final race of the FIA Formula 4 CEZ here in Austria, and let's get ready for the first chicane after the start of the race. It is still Javier Herrera leading the way, but the other Mexican, Nicolas Cortez, goes for the inside, and he should be the leader of the race now. So it was a really good starting reaction done by Nicolas Cortez. I believe he is the leader of the race now, but look at this battle for the first place between the 2 teammates here. It is Herrera against Cortez, the Mexican versus Mexican. Behind them, it is Gino Trappa ahead of Max Carhan. Max Carhan won the first 2 races here on Salzburgring, and now he wants to fight for the 3rd win in a row. 25 minutes of racing ahead of us, and look at this lead battle. 4 Jense Motorsport cars, 4 Jense Motorsport drivers are battling each other. No, there was a mistake by one of the Mexicans, and I believe it was Cortez, but let's wait and see. Let's wait and see for the live timing, and another lockup by another Jense Motorsport car. But let's wait and see for the live timing on the main straight. We have also Simon Schranz gaining the positions. So Simon Schranz, racing for Renault Motorsport, is already in P4 now. So very good start by the local hero. And here we are on the main straight, and Gino Trappa is the race leader. So what a great first lap by the Argentinian driver. He makes a lockup here into the first chicane, but he is still the leader of the race. Javier Herrera is there in P2 ahead of the other Mexican driver Nicolas Cortez in P3, and behind Cortez, it is Simon Schranz trying to find his way ahead of Cortez. So it's a battle for the 3rd place now between Cortez and Schranz, and Max Carhan, the winner of race 2 and race 1 yesterday, is in the 5th place now. So it wasn't a good start for the Czech driver Max Carhan, who won 2 races here this weekend. But nothing has been decided yet, and look at this battle between Schranz and Cortez. Schranz is trying to make his way around the Mexican driver, and he made it through, so good job by the Austrian. And now Nicolas Cortez is being under pressure because Max Carhan is really close behind him. So anytime soon there will be another battle for P4 at the moment. Gino Trappa leads the way, so our championship leader is in the 1st place now as we are going into the first chicane again with 22 minutes to go. Trappa leads the way, and oh no, there was a mistake by one of the Jense cars. So most likely this was Cortez here, and look at Carhan. Carhan is trying to overtake Schranz. It's a battle between the Austrian and the Czech driver. Carhan is going round the outside, and this will work for him perfectly. So Carhan takes P4 here. Good stuff by the Czech driver, who wants to be on the podium again, and no doubt. It still could be a perfect weekend. It still could be a clean sweep for Max Carhan, but now he is only in P4, so he needs to be quick. He needs to overtake the Mexican driver ahead of him as soon as possible. And he needs to also follow this battle between the two teammates. Oh no, there was almost a contact between Gino Trappa and Javier Herrera. What a battle for the first place here. We are on the main straight and it's a nice battle for the first place between the two teammates. Between the two South American drivers. Gino Trappa still in the lead, but it's a close battle between him and Javier Herrera into the first chicane again. Wow, what a battle between the Jensen Motorsport drivers. And there are almost no gaps from first to the 7th place now. What an exciting race. Top 4 places occupied by Jensen Motorsport drivers. Then it's Schranz racing for Renauer Motorsport ahead of another Renauer Motorsport driver, Hadi Mimasi from Canada. David Walter racing for Mafia Racing in P7, Andreas Lobue in P8, another Mafia Racing driver, Matilda Paz racing for Matilda Racing in P9, and Theodor Borenstein racing for Mafia in P10. But look at this battle up in the front again. Here we go with 4 Jensen Motorsport cars into the right-handed corner in the last sector of Salzburgring, the final chicane, and we will be on the main straight again. And what an exciting race, what an exciting final of the race weekend here on Salzburgring. Gino Trappa still in the lead, Herrera in P2 ahead of Cortez and Karhan in P4, but the Czech driver wants to try it. The Czech driver wants to finish the race on the podium. Nice battle here between Mimasi and Walter. The Danish driver with his Mafia Racing car is trying to find his way ahead of Hadi Mimasi, racing for the local team Renauer Motorsport, but still Mimasi in P6 and Walter behind in P7. But what a great race. It's a proper weekend final here on Salzburgring, and it will be really difficult for Gino Trappa. He is still in the lead, but again, he is under huge pressure. Javier Herrera behind him, trying to find his way, maybe around the outside, but not this time. And behind them, another battle for the 3rd place now between Cortez and Karhan. And Karhan who locks up and goes for the inside, but there won't be a space for the Czech driver, so he needs to wait for another chance. We are in the final chicane again. Trappa leads the way. Left-handed corner leads the drivers to the main straight again. Here we are. Still 18 minutes to go. Still 18 minutes of exciting racing here on Salzburgring. Trappa leads the way. And then we have Herrera, and Karhan is in P3. So Max Karhan made it up onto the podium, but there is another battle, and I believe that Karhan dropped back in P4 now, and Cortez should be in P3 again. So it's never-ending battle between the Czech and Mexican driver now. And look at Simon Schranz. He's trying to overtake one of the Jensen cars. And I must remind you that Simon Schranz finished in P3 in the 2nd race, so he knows how to finish on a podium here on his home soil. And again, Simon Schranz is being really good in the final race. Really good pace done by the Austrian local hero. Also David Walter in the mix, in the white car of Mafia Racing. Behind Walter it is Hadi Mimasi and then Andreas Lobue in P8. That's the end of the group of the cars up in the front. Behind Lobue it's Matilda Paz in P9 and Borenstein taking the final point in P10 now. Behind Borenstein it's Bennett Gaspar, the Hungarian, fighting for the championship point again. He was in P10 at the end of the 2nd race, so good chance for points again for the Hungarian. But let's be focused on this battle here. No changes now, and there is actually a small gap between Trappa and Herrera. Half a second between these two drivers. Plus, Herrera needs to be defensive here because Nicolas Cortez is closely behind him, trying to find his way ahead. There was no chance this time around, but the battle goes on, I'm sure of it. Here we go, wheel to wheel between the two Mexican drivers again. Wheel to wheel battle for the second place now between Herrera and Cortez. Of course, all drivers have the same car, the same chassis, the same single-seater Tatus D421, same engine for everybody, and it's only about the driving skills, the driving talent here in this junior championship. So it's proper racing with elbows out. Gino Trappa is gaining the advantage lap by lap. He's making the gap between him and the rest of the field bigger and bigger. It would be even more now, yes, 0.8 of a second between Trappa and Cortez. And Cortez is keeping the other two Jensen cars behind him. Oh no, there's a mistake by one of the Jensen cars and also by one of the Muffy cars. So the Muffy car, I guess it was Andreas Lebue skipping the chicane. Yes, it was number 18, so it was Andreas Lebue in the second car, and the first car was one of Jensen Motorsport cars, so some time has been lost here. And look at the battle between Karhan and Herrera. So now the Czech driver again is trying to find a way, and also we have another battle between the two Jensen cars and one of the Maffei cars. So it's Schranz and Mimasi against one of the other cars here. So let's wait and see for the main straight. Let's wait for the standings. We have Gino Trappa in the lead. Cortez is in the P2. Karhan in P3, yes. So Max Karhan overtook Javier Herrera. David Walter in P5. Hadi Mimasi in P6. Then P7 for Matilda Paz. Schranz made a mistake and now he is in P8 ahead of Theodor Borenstein in P9. Bennett Gaspar in P10. So again, so at the moment it is one championship point for the Hungarian driver racing for Zönge Motorsport, and Andreas Lebue dropped down into P11. So Andreas needs to fight back if he wants to grab some points from the final race of the weekend here on Salzburgring. And another group of cars, another group of drivers fighting each other. You can see the red and white car that belongs to David Gorczyca, the newcomer racing for Yannick Motorsport. Last time around, David Gorczyca was there in P12, and now we can see him in the group of other cars, including Maffei racing drivers. That should be also Andreas Lebue there. 12 minutes to go. Trappa leads the way, and we do have Andreas Lebue back in the top 10, driving in P10 at the moment. And no, there was a mistake, and that's Javier Herrera cutting the chicane through the gravel zone, which means David Walter from Denmark should be there ahead of him, racing for Maffei Racing. So it was an unfortunate mistake done by the Mexican driver, so he dropped down the order, and now he should be in P5, and he opened the door for David Walter. So the Danish driver now is in P4, and he has a chance to fight for the podium. Look at this battle between Renault Motorsport, Maffei Racing and Jensen Motorsport drivers. So Szymon Schranz is trying to find his way back after the mistake he made in the first chicane a few laps earlier. on the main straight again with 11 minutes to go. Karhan in P3 behind Trappa and Cortez. Then it is Hadi Mimasi in P4, David Walter in P5, Javier Herrera drop down into the P6, Schranz in P7 ahead of Matilda Paz and Bennett Gaspar in P9, so it is being even better for the Hungarian driver now. Andreas Lobue in P10, and behind him it is Gorčica, Borenstein, Nemec, Savai and Nikolai Dirvet closing the field in P15. Another wheel-to-wheel battles, and this should be Hadi Mimasi against Walter, and we also have the fight between the two Jensen Motorsport drivers. Max Karhan is trying to find his way ahead of his teammate with number 23, that's Nicolas Cortez. So Max Karhan is definitely picking up the pace. Last time around, Max Karhan was the fastest driver on the track, lapping 1:22.5, so that's the fastest lap of the race so far. Really good job by Max Karhan, who is really fast again. And the gap between leading driver Gino Trappa and Nicolas Cortez is getting smaller and smaller. We only have 0.6 of a second between these two now, so not even the fight for the victory has been decided, and this is a bad news for Javier Herrera. Javier Herrera has started the race from pole position, but now he entered the pit lane, and I'm afraid that this is the end for the Mexican driver in this race. I would say there was something wrong with left rear suspension of his car, so I doubt that he is going to rejoin the race. What a shame for Javier Herrera. It wasn't a good weekend for him. Earlier today in the second race he finished in P14, and now I believe he is forced to retire the car, so a day to forget for the Mexican. But Jensen Motorsport still in the game for 1-2-3 finish here. There is a very decent gap between Max Karhan and the rest of the field. We've got 4 seconds between the leading group and the other drivers. Max Karhan in P3, then 4 seconds, and then we've got David Walter in P4 racing for Mafia Racing. Hadi Mimasi there in P5 ahead of Matilda Paz. Andreas Lobue in P7. Wow, what a good job by Andreas. He is gaining the lost ground again. Just a few moments ago he was in P11, and now we have him in P7, so it's really good second half of the race for the young Swiss driver racing for Mafia Racing. Andreas has started from P5, then he dropped down, and now he's back again, so currently P7 for Andreas, and a good chance for another progress here, because he's only 0.5 of a second behind Matilda Paz. So maybe even P5 is still possible for Andrea. Good job here. 7 minutes to go. Gino Trappa is leading the race. It's a 13th lap now. We are in the 14th lap of the race. 1.1 second between the first and third driver. It's a one group fighting for the win here, and I hope it will be a nice and clean battle to the very last lap of the race between these 3 drivers: Gino Trappa, Nicolas Cortez, Max Karhan. Again, very dominant performance showed by Jensen Motorsport, by the Swiss racing squad here on Salzburgring. And Karhan is getting closer, and Now it's a wheel-to-wheel battle between Karhan and Cortez. Max Karhan trying to go around the outside. Good defensive line by Nicolas Cortez. He kept himself on the inside, and that was the good choice. So he left no space there for Max Karhan, but there might be another chance for the Czech driver very soon. Here we are again on the main straight of the racetrack. 4.2 kilometers long Salzburgring. Through the first chicane with larger gaps between the drivers, so no chance for overtaking here. But I believe that the final showdown is still yet ahead of us here. So behind Karhan it is David Walter in P4. 4 seconds behind Karhan. Matilda Paz in P5, another great race for the German female driver. Andreas Lobue already in P6, so Andreas overtook Hadi Mimasi on the main straight. Again, good job from the Swiss racer. And he is in the striking distance behind Matilda Paz, so there might be another overtaking attempt from the side of Andreas Lobue, because he feels that the chance for top 5 finish is here today. Again on the main straight, no changes here. Gino Trappa leads the way through the first chicane. Cortez in P2, Karhan in P3. Last time around, Karhan was the fastest driver from the top 3. 1:22.767. Good job by the Czech driver. He knows that he needs to be really close, or really closely behind Cortez. Otherwise, he won't be able to overtake his Mexican teammate. Maybe now there could be another chance. Oh no, we have a car off the track. Number 22, that's Theodor Borenstein, the Czech driver, racing for Mafia Racing. And this was a massive, massive crash, because you can see the broken suspension, you can see the broken front wing, and also some water leak behind the tire barrier. It's a very, very strange crash. Red flag. The race has been stopped now with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I believe this is the end, because with so little time remaining, most likely there won't be any restart. So I believe this is the end of the race. Yes, the cars are coming to the pits again, and I'm wondering what's happened there, because it must been a massive crash. And I hope that Theodor Borenstein will be all right after this wild incident here. We could see a lot of damage to his car, to his Formula 4 entered by Mafia Racing. And the strangest thing was the leak of the water. You could see a stream of water behind the tire barrier. So maybe there was some broken pipeline or something like that. Oh my goodness me. Well, we have the red flag with 3 minutes and 1 second to go. So maybe possibly there could be a restart, but we have to wait and see. We have to wait for the official information from race control. And good news here, we can see the Czech driver Theodor Borenstein walking away from the crash. So I believe Theodor will be all right. But what a scary moment. What a scary incident for all of us here. It's really, really good to see Theodor Borenstein being all right. Suspension of his car broken on both sides. The front wing absolutely destroyed. I'm wondering if there was a contact or if it was a driver's mistake. It's hard to say at the moment. But yes, the most important news is that the Czech driver was able to climb up, to climb out of the cockpit of his car, and we could see him walking away, which of course is really, really good news here. Look at the water leakage here. That's really, really strange. And honestly speaking, I've never seen something like that before in my entire life. And we have the information: the race will not be restarted. The race will not be restarted, so the results are final. Gino Trappa is the race winner in the final race here on Salzburgring. So Gino Trappa won the final race of the second weekend of the 2020. Oh, sorry, he won the final race of the third weekend of the 2025 Formula 4 Central European Zone Championship. So Trappa wins ahead of Nicolas Cortez, and Max Karhan takes P3. So it is 1-2-3 finish for the Swiss squad Jenser Motorsport. Then we have David Walter in P4, Matilda Parts in P5, Andreas Lobue after some good overtaking in P6, Hadim Emasi in P7, Simon Schranz in P8. So those were the highlights of the final race of the weekend here in Salzburgring, and I can finish the order now. So both Renault Motorsport cars within top 10, so points for Hadim Emasi and Simon Schranz, as you can see now. Then we've got Bennett Gaspar again within top 10. So again, good job for the Hungarian driver, scoring points again. Bennett Gaspar finished the second race in P9, and now he is in P9 again. David Gorczyca then in P10, taking the final championship point. And then it was František Němec in P11. Theodor Borenstein, after his crash, classified in P12. Michalina Sabaj in P13. Nikolai Tirvet in P14. And only Javier Herrera not classified after he retired his car. I believe it was due to the broken suspension on the rear left side. So unfortunate race for the Mexican driver. racing for Jene Motorsport. But anyway, again, a great race. A lot of on-track action, a lot of overtaking, a lot of close battles between the drivers on the racetrack. And of course, we are getting ready for the final podium session here on Salzburgring. So it is the second 1-2-3 finish for Jene Motorsport. The first one was here yesterday in the first race, which was won by Max Karhan ahead of Gino Trappa and Nicolas Cortes. The second race, there was a winning double for Jene Motorsport. Karhan was there in P1 ahead of Trappa, and Simon Schranz took the third place for Renault Motorsport. And this time again we have the 1-2-3 finish for Jene Motorsport. Gino Trappa winning the final race ahead of Nicolas Cortes and the Czech driver Max Karhan. So these are the final results of the final race here on Salzburgring. Of course, we will be also celebrating the best rookies and the best female drivers. Everything here ahead of us just in a few moments. So this time we gonna listen to the Argentinian national anthem for the first time this weekend. And if I take a look back at the previous races, this is the win number 3 this season for Gino Trappa. And from the 9 races, there are 8 podium finishes for the Argentinian driver. So really good job by Gino Trappa, who is still the biggest championship contender in 2025 season. Before the final race, he has, he had 152 points to his name. Of course, he was leading the championship, and so does he now. Max Karhan was there in the second place in the standings with 117 points to his name. So if I do a quick calculation this time, just to refresh the overall standings, so it's 152 plus 25 for Gino Trappa, which means he has 177 points now. And Max Karhan finished the final race in P3, which means it is 117 plus 15 points. It makes 132 points here. So it is 45 points of difference between the leading driver, Gino Trappa, and the driver in the second place in the standings, Max Karhan. But of course, if we speak about the championship, if we speak about the title battle, nothing, absolutely nothing has been decided yet. The season is only in its halfway, and we have another 9 races ahead of us. The season goes on in Most at the end of July with another 3 races. Then we go to Slovakia for another 3 races on Slovakia Ring. And at the beginning of September, we're gonna have a big season final in Brno on Masaryk circuit. And that will be really exciting for all the drivers, because as I said previously, there is a brand new tarmac, new curbs, new gravel zones. A lot of renovations has been made on Brno circuit, so it's again a great modern facility for racing in South Moravia. So that's a good news for all the drivers and all the racing fans. Of course, we are looking forward to have a MotoGP back in Brno in July, but now I believe we are almost ready for the final podium ceremony here on Salzburgring. Mr. Technik again present in the white shirt, and as the chief of the promoters group, he is again ready to present drivers with their trophies. And again, we're gonna have 3 drivers wearing blue suits of Firenze Motorsport on the top 3 steps on the podium. Here comes Max Callahan finishing the final race in P3. Here we have his Mexican teammate Nicolas Cortez and third Jensen Motorsport driver Gino Trappa. This time climbing up to the top step on the podium. And let's hear and let's listen to the Argentinian national anthem.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
So this was the Argentinian national anthem for the winning driver Gino Trappa. As I said, the trophies are being presented again by Mr. Krenek, the head of the promoters group here, and the gentleman behind the whole championship actually. So it's good to have Mr. Krenek here. And the final trophy goes to the winning team representative, so also another trophy for Jensen Motorsport. Okay, one final bottle of champagne also for the team representative, and it's another champagne shower here on the podium. Now Max Callahan is trying to cover himself actually. It's a nice display of joy, closing the race weekend here on Salzburgring, and I believe all of you joining us live enjoyed the final race very much, just as I did. Of course, time for the final photo on the podium. And I believe we can move on for another podium ceremony here. The German flag is getting ready. So I believe we're gonna meet the best female drivers here, I guess. Yes, I can see the ladies waiting for their podium ceremony, yes. So let's go for the best ladies podium. And we only have 2 girls here. Michalina Sabai taking the 2nd place. She was in B13 overall. And of course, Matilda Paz won the ladies classification. So let's hear and listen to the German national anthem.
Thank you. Now the pictures for Matilda and the brass giving.
So trophies for the best ladies are again being presented by Mr. Krenek.
Then we have the trophy.
And I must say, what a great driver she is. And I'm speaking about Matilda Paz because she is a serious threat for the boys, of course. She finished in P5 overall, and during the previous race weekend on Red Bull Ring, she showed us that she can fight for the overall podiums in this championship. So she's very promising, a young talent from Germany. Very well done, Matilda Paz. Many congratulations to Matilda and to Matilda Racing. So that's almost all from the race weekend here on Salzburgring. it looks like we're gonna have also the final podium for the best rookie drivers after the final race of the weekend here. And I'm expecting to see the best junior drivers. Yes, here they come. So we have the final podium of the weekend. Hadi Mimassi from Renauer Motorsport won the rookie classification ahead of his teammate Simon Schranz from Austria. So the last pair of trophies is being presented now by Mr. Krzenek again. So congratulations to our top two rookie drivers in the final race of the weekend here on Salzburgring. And that will be all from Salzburgring. Make sure you're gonna join us also for the following race weekend in Most in the Czech Republic at the end of July. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of Sunday.
The green flag is now in the air, signaling that everything is ready for the starting procedure to begin. He surprised everybody and he goes into the race lead. Fantastic start. So, oh, there's a big crash. Got around the outside and he takes the second place.
good. Hold the door. See there.